Hello, everybody. hello. Welcome, everybody, to another episode of The Darkness Within. Thank you guys for tuning in, especially after such a emotional, panic-inducing episode that we left on last. Slay, indeed. So, before we jump into anything tonight, I do have a couple of quick announcements. We will be continuing our show, Behind the Curtain, this upcoming Tuesday. Me and a couple of the other players will be getting together, playing just a short little party game, just hanging out and talking about the past couple of sessions that we had, giving you guys room to ask any questions about us and us to ask questions about each other and why the fuck our characters make such dumb decisions like rolling past statues, but that's beside the point.
Hey, listen, I thought it was clever.
Listen,
I thought it was clever.
I thought it was a good idea. Get out of the way.
Yeah.
What was it called?
What was what called?
I don't know. What was the good idea? I was getting my websites ready.
No, you're all good. Demacia trying to roll between the statues to try to get away.
I was trying to roll away.
Yeah,
What if they trap me?
Well, you know.
I love how you're keeping on brand again, Jackson, with the blue jacket again.
The blue jacket.
No, wait, God damn it! I have a yellow one on my bed. I was gonna change into it, but I watched the rest of Has Been Hotel today. That's why I thought I was gonna be a little late.
Yeah!
There you go.
Jackson's a real one.
Jackson's a real one. But yeah, if you guys want to be in on that sort of Q&A thing that we'll be doing every Tuesday, then type !question in the chat and we'll bring up the little questionnaire survey that you can fill out and we will review those questions and ask them to our players when the next episode of Behind the Curtain comes around. And I mean, that's my primary announcement, though, Kay, as you might have seen on some of our platforms, our TikTok, our Instagram, and our YouTube, Kay has done a phenomenal job of creating kind of a little mini trailer thing for this, specifically last session, but she will be doing a lot more of that sort of content moving forward. So be sure to type
Guys, save me.
Please feel free to type !socials in the chat as well to be able to keep yourself up to date on all the creations that are coming our way. And I mean, without further ado, when's the store gonna catch a break? Never, Jackson. That's the unfortunate answer is never.
I've been asking the same thing about the whole party.
Huh?
Oh, why did my camera unfocus? What the hell?
It's got ADHD. I do it too.
Just
There it goes.
Just as
jingle.
a quick jingle. Oh my god, Mark
my keys.
Jingle. Oh my gosh.
I usually use this to entertain me.
There you go. The light switch. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Oh.
I found it in a house up in Florida, and now it's with me in North Carolina.
There you go. There you go.
I've hijacked it through 3 different places.
So, before we get into anything else, questions. Starting with Demacia.
I'm saving them.
Saving them. Very well.
I'm saving them.
Icarus?
Get back to me in a second.
Okay. Chase.
When's the stout gonna catch a break? God damn it!
Is that a genuine question? I already answered it, but I just
No, it's not. Oh god, did I have an actual question? I did, and then I went for the joke.
That's okay.
Oh yeah. So now that I guess pre-question, if I ask this, does Chase know, or will I be the only one to know? And
that
Chase
depends entirely on the question.
Cool. Does he know why the statues were there and why they fucked off after, the incident?
Can everybody else deafen, please?
Oh.
I will give you all jazz hands when I am telling you to come back. So just
I'll be reading my notes.
good idea.
Wait.
I don't see death in love.
I know. Hold on.
You?
How do you do this again? I forget.
You just hover over the call,
wait,
and there's a
I found
little deafen
There
button
you
on the
go.
bottom left too.
So, does he know why the statues appeared in that instance? What is Chase's intelligence?
On paper or
On paper.
Oh, okay, hold on. It's called. I have no idea. You know, I've been using this little lad for about 6 months now. Oh, it wants me to sign in. What is this bullshit? Hold on.
No worries. I think I might be able to. Oh, that's interesting. Anyways, this game.
I don't know what my Roll20 password is. Opera GX for the clutch.
Opera GX for the clutch, indeed. Where is Chase McLace?
Chase McLace. Here he is. His intelligence, because he's a smart cookie, is a 17.
17. Well, I guess you tell me.
Well,
there is a line of thinking that you can go here that will easily be able to kind of reveal to you an
right
answer.
now, yeah. I think with Chase, he would have to like think about it some more. But
Mhm.
I mean, even with that, you telling me what you did, we were talking about the statues. We found out some like things. We were theorizing about the wishes, and then as Ray was about to speak, he got muzzled. So obviously, it would probably be something like I always thought, and Chase would think too, that it would be something like, because Ray is part of like a divine culture, he's was soul bound to like have something like that. I know what you told me, but that's what I feel like. That's what I thought was
What
like
did
Chase.
I
Like,
tell? What did I tell you?
you said that somebody wished that if whoever thought too much into it, to have them executed.
It wasn't
by...
It wasn't a wish. It just is sort of like, because if you figure out how to, like, if you figure out their intention, if you figure out how to quote unquote game the system, and figure out what it is actually capable of,
I still can't seduce the statues, can I?
no, you still cannot seduce the statues.
Oh.
But the truth is that, correct, Ray was getting too close to the truth, and so Ray was going to be forcefully removed from the picture to prevent what he pieced together,
Right,
to be able to come to light, because in their eyes it could affect something greater down the line. But were they protecting the future, or were they protecting their own skin? Still left to find out.
cowards, a lot of them.
Yeah, I mean, they force you to kill your mother. I would also call them cowards.
Oh.
You forgot about
my
it?
heart. Yeah, no, I didn't forget about it. I just now that we're back in session, it's re-hitting. It's hitting again.
It's hitting again. All right.
Like a truck going downhill and then reversing back over me.
Absolutely. Okay, let me I'm just turning this back down to an appropriate volume. And then, okay.
Jazz hands. Woo!
Jackson.
I don't know funky jazz. Mac! Can you hear us?
Mac!
Come back!
Mac! At least.
Mac!
Oh God! Why do all the people who rhyme with "ack" have to stay deafened? That's happened to me multiple times where you guys were like, "Jack, come back!"
Mac, come on.
Mac.
Does somebody want to ping Mac?
Mac.
I'm doing it right now.
Thank you. Come back!
Watching.
I was in another tab. I was looking at stuff.
No, you're
Wait,
all
you only
good.
got one monitor?
So.
What do you want from me.
Not everyone was blessed
You
as
gotta call me out like that. That was unnecessary.
Okay.
What?
Just have another monitor at the
I don't got one of those.
I have
Yeah.
double monitors and I'm never going back. But
Never
that's, you know.
going back.
It's okay. My second monitor broke on the way up here to North Carolina,
Uh-huh.
and so I'm just using this little USB plug
Don't
and play
dox
one.
yourself.
Oh, I mean New Jersey.
New Jersey.
New Jersey.
Yeah, I noticed you got a new
New
jersey.
York.
That looks quite good on you now.
No, thank you.
But
Yeah, right?
But
So, where we left
Wait.
off? Yes. Oh, your
Wait.
question. Sorry. What is your
Always
question?
forgotten, man.
I'm
I
not
was
used to you
gonna
telling me to
ask-
pass, so that's.
No, I said come back to me.
I know.
I believe it or not, I actually think I have a question this time.
Oh.
What?
damn, am I the only one without a question session? Damn.
Well, you better
Damn.
think of one.
You could
You
ask
wanna
what
ask
you
first,
have.
Coda?
Sure.
Yeah, sure. So my question, you made what seemed like a passing hint that Soren probably did have, a run-in with these statues before the main
Mhm.
one that the group had.
That is correct.
I want to know what and when.
You want to know what and when? Can I have everybody else deafen, please? I will.
Oh,
Jazz
I
hands.
know the
See
answer.
again next time. Otherwise, I'm not gonna see
Oh
it.
my gosh.
No worries.
Maybe.
I specifically stated that it was either people who were, who had called upon the statues themselves or were otherwise directly affected by the results of their meddling. And believe it or not, shock and awe to no one. Well, actually, no, this actually, sorry. I remembered more. It is... How do I word this? It's all about the gun you carry. Not the one you made. The one you brought with you. Because I don't know if you... Well, actually, you of course would not be aware of this, and this specific little bit is player-only knowledge. There used to be 6 statues. There used to be 6. You are presently holding the body of the 6th.
Huh?
It was your sister who actually came to the statues originally and asked them for the power to bring about the future that she couldn't stop dreaming of. Whatever future that was, you don't know. And so, they said in order to do that, it requires more than what you can give us. And so, she offered to create one, an active vessel on this plane of existence, which is how she created the gun.
That's awful. My god.
And so, she has been carrying out, since your father's death, the will of the statues and the will of wherever and whatever they direct her to do. So,
Wow. Okay, shit.
does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Very well.
Oh, that's delightful.
Yeah.
Oh.
Can you ping at everyone to come back
Yeah.
for me?
Just want me to do everyone?
Yes.
Are we good?
We are good.
So I learned some things.
What you learn?
Yeah.
Things.
Like what?
Oh, did I get
A
pinged?
lot. Yes, everybody got
Oh.
pinged. Because Mac was like, "Oh, ping me, otherwise I won't see it." Whatever. I was like, "Okay, just ping everyone. We'll just do it." But yeah, this some interesting knowledge that I have been sitting on for quite some time.
Oh no. That's never a good thing.
Trash just bit my toes.
Can I ask my question?
You may not. I'm deciding to be misogynistic
may
today.
not.
No.
I'm leaving right now. It's done. First it's YouTube, now it's this. That's my final. That's my 13th.
That's my-
Uh,
Okay, what's your question, Kay?
my question was that last session you mentioned something, or Rue mentioned something about how the champion in his prophecy didn't really mean what he thought it meant.
Mhm.
Can you tell me what champion actually implies in his prophecy?
Champion implies the advocate or protector of something.
Wonderful.
You asked what the word champion implied. That's what it
No,
implies.
for the prophecy, not in dictionary, my guy.
What if the prophecy was written in the dictionary? You never know.
I will
What if the dictionary is
throw
the
a
prophecy?
tantrum.
There's a reason why Icarus is himbo, and that's because he gets all of his answers from a dictionary. Beside the point. Actually answering your question,
Thank you.
I will give you the choice of an answer.
What?
Do you want to know who you're a champion for, or what it means to be that champion?
Ooh, I'll do a champion for.
Champion for. You are actually, so there are in the world 4 champions to each of the 4 original gods. You are Death's champion
Cool.
and have been since day 1.
Yeah. Ooh, does that mean out there are how do
So Ray,
how do you
there's
know
a
someone's a champion?
how do you know? That's a very good question.
Yeah, like who have we met the champions for the other gods already?
You've met technically all 3. Technically. In technicality. You've met
I'm guessing Essen is one.
Yesn't, because Essen is actually a part of, but I'll get to that in a minute. I need to take a phone call, so I'll be right back.
Quick, it's time for
It's always
speculation.
my thing.
Yeah, Annalise.
That's fine.
Oh, it's his employer.
Yeah, no worries. Nobody's.
Oh, why is
Wow.
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 why is Discord frozen?
Is your computer warmed up yet?
Just had to close it real quick.
I drank about 10 cups of water and my leg decides to try to give me a Charlie horse. Water is a lie.
Water is a lie.
Thank you. At least someone's
From
on
now
my
on,
side.
my blood will run with the blue Monster energy drink.
Listen,
With
I
Red
drink
Bull,
about,
Monster, and Bang all mixed together.
I drink about 2 of these a day.
God
Could not
damn.
be me. I hate
I'm gonna-
water.
My kidney
gonna-
function is still low, supposedly.
Oh, fuck.
I'm gonna put a Bang energy drink and a Monster energy drink into a container and call it the Monster Fucker and see how that goes for my day.
I really
I had
don't
for
get the appeal of
breakfast?
energy
Bang!
drinks.
You
I
know what
don't
had
get
for
it.
Bang! You know what I had for dinner? A felony.
Felony. No, I've never gotten the hype between energy drinks. I don't get it. They taste like shit. I
Okay.
don't.
How dare you? We all know it tastes like shit. That's modern things. It's like alcohol with none of the fun.
Happy On is delicious. The fucking Day of the Dead one, I don't remember what the fuck. It's like a mango flavor. That one's fucking delicious.
Yeah,
Also,
de
it's
los
like
Muertos.
I think it's like sugar skulls or like skeletons. I don't know. Look, I don't know. It very much so looks inspired off of Day of the Dead, and I can't
Yeah, de los
remember what the
Muertos.
fuck the name is. Fucking
Energy drinks are
the
just not
Pacific
for
Punch
me.
Pipeline Punch.
Salad.
Fucking
Not
I
for
drink it
me.
'cause I
This
need it,
stream isn't sponsored,
honestly.
by the way.
I only drink it when I need it. When I'm on like a full 2 all-nighter in a row kind of day, and I still got to go to work the next day, and I feel like I'm about to pass out because and then I just grab a little Bang, grab a little Red Bull every now and then. I do it at my job too. Whenever I feel like I'm about to like fall asleep, I'm like, I'll just grab a Red Bull because I have 4 more hours left. There you go.
energy
Useful.
drinks are my lord and savior. Thank
To be
you.
fair, if you do
But they
die
never
from energy
work on
drinks,
me.
I like coffee, but only sometimes. That's about it for me. I also like tea. I like
have any of
tea
you
too.
guys been diagnosed with either ADHD or autism? Like I have ADHD, and I like to make the joke that I put the autism in ADHD.
I'm not officially diagnosed, but let's just say that a specialist when I was little who was talking to my mom about my diagnosed brother said that she was more worried about me than him.
I remember you saying that on Tuesday. Because
Yeah.
I know the reason I ask is caffeine does nothing to me. It actually makes me tired. And
Same.
it's one of like the traits of ADHD and
ADHD,
or autism
Is
has
that
like
an actual thing?
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's like factual.
Yeah.
It's
That's
the
why I
reason
want to get tested so bad.
it's the
That's why
because I
reason why
know.
Adderall it's the reason why Adderall gets non-ADHD people high but doesn't get ADHD people
Yeah,
high.
it gives neurotypical, I think is the term. People it gives them ADHD and it gives people with ADHD a little bit of normalcy for like maybe 10 minutes.
It's really weird.
But yeah, no, the weird thing about ADHD is that there's like actual physical like chemical imbalances in the brain which cause that, like when people say chase the dopamine or chase the serotonin, it's because our brain is wired into different things. Caffeine and medication also have different effects if it comes to like brain chemistry.
Somebody else
really
who knows
weird.
about this stuff. That's so neat. Love that.
Mhm.
I
was
love
sent to the
psychology
principal
and
8
stuff.
times before in the first grade, by the way. This was all in the first grade. I went to the principal 8 times because I was a little reckless.
Correct.
Nah, I was the opposite. I was the one who I was a quiet, like the what is it? Not high functioning. Or not high.
Is it
What is it?
introverted? No, for what is it?
It's the one where it's like less.
inattentive and
Yeah,
inattentive and
yeah.
hyperactive. I was
It was so
hyperactive.
hard for me to focus in high school and middle school. Like, I think middle school is really where it like hit. Where I'm just like, I don't get it. Like, I would just think differently than everybody else, and then I just wondered why like it hurt to focus. Like, it wasn't even like a thing of like,
Oh
you
yeah.
should try harder. It's like I feel physically sick. Like I can't. Like it's not an
So real
option. I would love to if I could, but I can't. I don't know, man.
I remember growing up, I was always told by like my teachers and stuff. They were like, "You're so smart. Why don't you ever like turn in your homework or like do your classwork? Like like they're like we know like you know the material."
It's not that hard.
And I was
but it is.
I was like, it's difficult for me. And I was like, I know the material, yes, but that doesn't mean that sitting down and laser focusing on a fucking paper for 4 hours is fun or
Yeah.
enjoyable or even doable. Like I would
Yeah.
sit there and try and pull all-nighters to do like fucking papers for English. And
Honestly.
while I am extremely good with English, I would just my brain could not focus.
I feel like because also there was like a lack of like stimulation.
Yeah.
Especially like I would start falling like asleep, not because it's just like, oh, I'm bored. It's like, no, like I need to listen to music in order to be productive, because at least that was something for my brain to do. Or I'd always draw in class because it was like, I don't know, it was something else that like my brain could focus on while I'm listening to what's happening. But then I would get in trouble for like drawing in class or listening to music because I'd be like, you're not paying attention. It's just like, no, actually I am. If I don't, I probably won't.
That's the thing that I always did. I could not like zone into like a lesson unless I was like doing something with my hands. Like I used to, Coda can vouch. I used to like go to school and I would like draw all over my arm.
Yeah,
And, like,
I remember that.
Yeah, I used to just like one of my favorite things to do was to like draw like a bunch of like weird little like robot things. Like it looked like it was like fucking like circuit boards and shit. That was like one of my favorite fucking things to draw, or just like these weird like swirly intertwining things. I don't even know what the fuck they were. But I used to do that shit all the time. And if I didn't have like a Sharpie or anything that I could do it on my arm, I would like just be doodling all over my fucking paper. I could not focus without doing something with my hands. I couldn't fucking do it.
Mine was stick figure wars.
in my counselor wrote notes to my teachers in high school, and they were like, because I was like, they keep taking my notebooks, and I was like, or my sketchbooks, I need these to pay attention, and I was like, because otherwise I'm not going to pay attention, I'm not going to retain the information. And so my counselors was like, don't take away sketchbook, needs to draw for focus. What did my fucking algebra teacher do every fucking morning?
Yeah.
Snatch my sketchbook, snatch one of my best friend's sketchbooks, and be like, you guys can't draw in here. And we'd be like, it's in our notes from the counselor that is how we pay attention. And she was like, you can't pay attention and draw. I was like, bullshit.
You probably can't. I can. If anything, that's the only way I can. Like,
and so I guess who failed her class? Like,
I hate it so much.
High school sucked so bad until I went to Vista.
I really just think
weird. High school
it depends on the teacher.
Well,
Because there's some teachers that like I freaking love because they actually like would like pay attention to like your needs and like actually treat you like a human being rather than just like a task they needed to get done.
I think the nice thing that I liked about Vista was it's an alternative learning school is what they call it, I think. Yep. And it's basically you go from being in a classroom of like 40 kids to a classroom of 10 kids. And so therefore your teacher has astronomically more time to be like, do you understand what this is saying? And then you go, no. And then they go, okay, let me try teaching you this way. And they're like very hands-on with you. And that was what I needed in order to start passing math.
The days are also a lot shorter at Vista.
Yeah.
I didn't go. My sister went. And it goes
well, like
from,
if
like,
you
9
work
to
a
1
job, they'll let you
instead of,
leave early. Like they're very cooperative with you.
That's nice.
You also get credits if you have a job. You get credits for working.
Damn.
Cause it's considered to be like a last resort for dropouts basically, or people who are about to drop out or want to drop out.
Yeah.
They're pretty much like try this before you make the final verdict to just completely drop your education.
Low-key, if it wasn't for COVID, I probably wouldn't have graduated high school. Honest.
Dude,
That
COVID
was, like,
happened
my
in one of the
favorite.
weirdest fucking. COVID happened like halfway through my junior year, and COVID was still like a very active thing until I graduated. I graduated like socially distanced, like with masks and everything, like all of it. It was.
No, I
fucking
graduated over
insane.
PowerPoint.
You guys are so young. What are you, like 20, 21?
Oh, wait, how old
I
are you,
turned
Jackson?
22.
I'm gonna be 25 in May.
Oh, holy shit!
You're not that old.
I mean, I
No.
turned 21. I turned 22 this year. But
I
Oh
turned
my
21 in August.
God, I
Welcome
know,
back,
but I was
Josh.
way out of. I was like 4 years into working when COVID hit, and you're like, oh, I was a junior year. Like, oh,
Mine was senior.
my heart.
Like,
I remember one of the girls I went to Vista with.
You were 4 into COVID. Yeah, I was right about there with like 3 years into COVID when COVID
Fucking,
hit. Like 3
when I was
years of
going to
working
Vista,
before COVID, and then COVID hit.
There was a girl there, and we were all going around introducing ourselves and talking about ourselves. And we were like, it was like, how old are you? And what's your name? And then like something you like or something like that. And we're all like, oh, I'm 15, I'm 16. And then she's like, oh my God, you guys are babies. And we were like, well, how old are you? And she's like, I'm 23. And I think she expected to get made fun of for being in like high school courses. And we were like, oh, well, at least you're here. And she was like,
There you go.
Yeah, like Miss Girl is doing the damn thing. Pop
Just
off.
going back to do the thing. We don't know what her fucking circumstances were. Slay Queen. Like,
Absolutely.
It's funny. 5 years ago, I was ready to throw hands with like the 16, 70-year-olds when they said I was still just a kid. I'm like, bitch, I've been through a divorce. I'll kick your sorry ass kind of thing. And now I'm like 25 almost, and you guys are like 21. I'm like, oh, my baby's not even hatched yet.
Damn.
still
Oh my gosh.
fledglings.
Yeah. I can still make a 25-year-old cry. I'm doing my job well. No.
Yeah.
Look, I like to
That's
say
what's
that
up.
physically I'm 21, but mentally I'm 32.
Oh
Oh,
my
that
gosh.
feels
Okay,
So,
Josh, I need to know.
do you need to know what? Sorry.
The other champions for the gods. You could
Are
give
you
me a
willing
quick
to
version.
spend a question on that?
Yeah, I have a buttload.
Sure.
Felt.
Marcus Lariamen is one of them.
For who?
Figures.
Ray.
Figures.
Oh, okay.
The fox for the fox.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Okay.
One that is budding in their role.
Chase.
No.
Oh.
Chase is a god, so no.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Fuck it.
Sorry.
God.
God damn.
Damn what? I got you, girl.
Ironically enough, if you can even call it irony, Demacia is the champion for the Goddess of Time.
Yeah, that also
see
makes
that.
sense.
That's my lady right there.
Oh yeah. you
And-
got a bone.
Technically, Talia is the champion for the Goddess of Magic. Talia is an actual person. Talia is not the Goddess of Magic
This is
herself.
very confusing to
really
me.
Yeah.
confused.
This is so fucking.
Talia is not the
What?
Goddess of Magic herself. No, she is
I thought
the
So wait,
champion.
who's the
in
one in my fucking head 24/7?
Talia, because that's what you know the Goddess of Magic as, is Talia. It's a manifestation of that spirit in your mind. It is not the spirit in actuality, because you wouldn't be able to see or manifest a spirit.
So there are two different Talias, one on the outside and one on the inside.
Yesn't. Because
Yes.
I'm gonna start banging my head against the wall, Josh.
because the
I'm gonna
fact
whip out your full first name.
it's because the fact that Talia, like the person, is both the mortal vessel of Allura Mithra, the Goddess of Magic,
Yeah.
and like her champion, her avatar. She's
So-
made herself
okay,
to
so
be
she's-
both.
Okay, so she's kind of like me in a way.
Yes.
Got it.
Hmm.
Okay, that's my question. We can continue.
No more questions.
I got a question.
Yes.
Who's Talia?
The fox, the
Look,
fox.
the person,
Oh!
yes, the person who
me
you
give you
flirted
cheese.
with at the bar and who took you to
Who's
her castle.
married to
Yeah.
one of my previous characters, I think.
Yes, that is correct.
Couldn't remember if they were married or just a thing. Oh wait, actually, I might have one more question.
Yes, what is your question? Speaking of Marin.
Did Marin's wife speak to the statues?
Did she speak to the statues?
Like, did she ask a favor of the statues?
No.
Okay. Perfect.
Yo,
She
was
didn't.
that a puppy?
Did she speak with them? Yeah, she spoke with them before she died.
Oh!
But no, she did not ask a wish of them. Or, wait. Hold on, I'm starting to remember something.
Oh, fuck. I'm not about to be a happy camper, am I?
She did.
Mm.
She
Yummy.
I apologize. She did. Though not
Delightful.
for the reason you think.
Oh, cool. Okay, so we can still see each other if she's alive, maybe.
I don't know about that.
Wow.
I'll fist fight you. You're in my living room. I'll fist fight you
You're
right now.
in.
Yeah, and we'll catch on live camera me beating a woman senseless. That will definitely go over well.
I don't know,
I'ma
man.
clip
You're
that.
tiny. I just have to sit on your ass.
No. Remember, I could pick Chris up.
That's true.
So,
Still.
even despite the fact that I'm like 115 pounds, I can still fuck you up.
I mean,
Damn.
Bro, I am
Fuck you
triple your
up.
weight.
I wouldn't be surprised if you started like crawling on the walls like a lizard.
Just cast spider climb on yourself.
There you
Yeah.
go. Okay,
Like you can.
reining it in.
Choo choo.
So, last where we left off. After kind of winding down from the fight that you had with the abyssal impersonation of Gat, you all kind of sat around for a while, kind of having a very big debate with yourselves as a party, kind of encouraging each other to play their cards as smartly as they can. Some people didn't take it that way. Some people let their feelings get in the way, but that's okay. We love them
Me.
anyway.
In case she really just said the audacity of this bitch. The caucasity, if thou would.
And then
I'm not salty.
acquiring a scroll, a very powerful scroll, from a being everybody is warning Icarus not to trust. Which that is still a thing that needs to be looked at. I believe Chase made a mention to try to identify it.
Soren did also leave the note to Icarus as well.
Soren also did leave the note to Icarus, which he is promptly incinerated. No, no.
What?
He
Don't
didn't
remember
even
that
bother
one.
reading. No,
He'll read it after
Don't
we
put
deal
words
with
into my
the
mouth.
he'll
impending
try
doom.
to like piece it together from the ashes, like fuck, I didn't mean to do that. No. But anyways, as you were kind of blowing off some steam, Soren was working on her own projects. Marin, Demacia, and Chase, and by proxy Ray, all got together to discuss the statues, because while Marin had been drawing, kind of just sketching out events about what happened the night that the ship sank. She had drew the silhouette of one in stairwell that led down to the lower decks of the ship. Kind of acting as a wonderful conversation starter and philosophical debate topic. Demacia, who is one of the most to be affected by them, and Demacia and Marin started going into it, and then Chase walked in, sharing his own experiences with these statues. And as they were piecing things together and trying to unravel what looked to be a puzzle that the statues have set before them, it seems that the statues weren't all too keen to people prying into the details. And so, with all of that in mind, the statues had come to intervene, aiming to remove the as close to all-knowing as you can get member of your party from the discussion. Just as he was about to make some profound revelation. You all were beset upon by these statues. Demacia, as noted by our trailer this evening, wasn't as successful in trying to escape.
I kind of was. I started off great, didn't end too great, but it's fine.
How most of this campaign's going.
And Chase, using his sorceress magic and well of possibility brimming inside of himself and his divine nature, all of that combined, expunged the statues, sending them away. And paying that price to save the lives of those around him. That is where we find ourselves, as the flash of white bursts out, catching everybody off guard like a flash grenade. There's the sudden kind of dome of light that quickly expels itself from around from Chase. Sorry, Jackson's character. And
Jason.
for a brief moment, you're all blinded. And Chase, I have a very important question for you. Describe to me, well, less of a question, more of a command than a question, but describe to me, as everybody's kind of sitting there in the stunned silence after everything has happened, you come back to your body. How are you immediately reacting and processing this? The loss of your mother.
I was gonna go one of two ways, since Demasia's kind of dying.
Well, would he even be cognizant of that fact as this all occurred?
No, so the way I was thinking was, he just kind of like comes back and just falls over unconscious from expelling all of his energy. Just goes, and then on the ground.
May I be reminded? Marin's in on the statues now, right? She's like free of their illusion.
Yes.
The statues are gone, and what I remember is that what caused Demacia to try to get into the statue realm is that Chase was drawing frantically like crazy. Oh, where does the notebook end up? Because I was holding the notebook still.
Yeah, you're holding Marin's spellbook. That is correct.
Oh, cool. So yeah, your notebook just like that in my hand. I go, oh, and I just collapse.
Can I, if I may be so bold, you can give me a little bit more to work with than that.
Oh, well, I know everyone's gonna frantically rush over to, heal Demacia, so I didn't want to,
No, this is, let's be organic. Let's be true to the moment. Let's be true to the moment.
It also kind of happens simultaneously when you think about it.
Everything kind of happened all at once.
Very quickly. This is very quickly.
All right, well, the other thing is if he doesn't pass out, the thing is, like, he would just kind of like, I don't know if he appears or just what.
So let me describe the transition to you. So it's like,
all right.
So like you're kind of, so I guess in this realm, in this other space. Describe to me was Chase crying?
Oh, yeah. I know with Chase though, at the current moment, he doesn't want to talk about it. So whenever he comes back in, he's got tears kind of like rolling down his face as he's like hunched over the notebook. I'm assuming Ray would be on my shoulder.
Right. Well, it depends. So my quick question, I guess, describe to us how Chase cries.
I always imagine he would cry kind of like those anime moments where he's like looking down at the ground, like hunched over, kneeled down, clutching a notebook in his chest as he's just like staring off, disassociating from the current moment, everything going kind of fuzzy.
As you kind of find yourself sinking to your knees, kind of just the sheer weight of the world kind of falling upon you as the last bit of warmth of your mother's spiritual embrace leaves you. There's almost kind of like the sound of like a wind chime made out of 1,000 tiny bells, kind of all ringing out kind of in quick succession, almost melting and flowing away like grains of sand past you as the plane that you had found yourself in dissolves away to the real world before you. And everybody sees this kind of as they're stumbling out of their temporary blindness. Chase kind of just kneeling there in the center, these grooves of movement kind of carved into the hard earth around you all. Just like desperately trying to collect himself as tears kind of roll down the side of his cheeks, fur matted and wet, like kind of almost his body is shaking almost with the force of the sobs that he's trying his best to swallow. And like kind of taking stock of everything that's happened around, Marin, I think, is the last to come out of it because she was closest to the blast radius, but Icarus and Soren kind of first coming out of it. You see Chase in his state, and then out on the ground in her current state. Demacia unconscious, at the very least.
We have a way to call on Essen, right?
You do have a way to call on Essen, that is correct.
I think that might be the only way to do it, unless somebody else has...
Well, again, nobody knows that she's dead. She just appears unconscious.
You gotta roleplay, Coda. Come on.
I am unconscious.
As far as everyone's aware.
Can Marin give her a little vitals check?
Marin is still reeling.
What?
Still?
It's just Soren and Icarus right now. It's just Soren and Icarus right now.
Can Soren rush over to do that then?
Sure. You could have rush over, kind of seeing one of them's unconscious, the other one's conscious, though probably wishes he wasn't. You begin kind of rushing forward. And you all can continue.
What happened in the 5 seconds I was out?
None of it was 5 seconds.
Chase, Demacia, are you okay? It's like you...
Demacia doesn't respond.
So when Demacia is unresponsive, Soren will kind of just drop to her knees real quick and feel for like a pulse or breath or anything like that.
Oh gosh, I did not.
Stop
of course it did
my
it.
Dice.
Well,
no.
Give me a quick second here, folks. I'm sorry, the music is being silly.
Okay. Chase, what happened? Why do you look so upset?
What did you guys do? What happened?
I think Chase was just kind of like snap back in, because he was aware that Demacia did appear and then go unconscious. He'll look up at Demacia body and just be like, "Oh crap!" and like throw the notebook to the side and clamber over there.
Which Marin, you're coming out of it now, and you're quick to realize that that's your spellbook.
She scrambles for her spellbook.
What? Can someone explain?
It's already crowding around Demacia. There's only so many people that can check a body.
So yes,
So far
I
it's
need
only-
Soren.
So
I need Soren and
Chase.
Chase. Yes, please make medicine checks for me.
What is medicine under?
It's
Is it just
skills.
a medicine thing?
It's under skills, yeah.
That is a
Icarus is gonna go into
19.
his dark form as soon as he starts noticing everybody frantically.
Icarus is gonna go into his dark form. That's Norm's form, correct?
Yeah.
You do remember what happened last time.
He said I could still use his power. I remember that.
Talia, in Headspace, walled off your connection to Norm.
So that means
I just
That means
want to make sure, like, you're wanting to try to follow through with this. I just want to make sure.
yeah.
Okay. You draw upon Norm's power that he has given you. You're able to, though you do feel a bit weaker in this state.
Did I give you my number yet? I don't remember.
I don't know. What did you get?
19.
19. And Chase?
14.
14. You kind of press your finger up against her throat, Soren, and kind of feeling for any signs, any vitals. And the body is warm. You're not a doctor or anything, but you don't feel a pulse. You could quickly readjust your hand. Still nothing. You could go a bit kind of further in, kind of being a bit more firm. Nothing.
A look of panic crosses Sword's face, and she just, I don't feel a pulse.
What?
I don't feel a pulse.
It's gonna run over at that point.
Chase remember,
is at that
like,
point.
does Chase remember
Demecia,
what
how
happened?
do you wake up? Your second roll was a nat 20.
Oh!
How do you wake up?
Yes!
Yes!
Thank the Lord! Fuck! Demacia, she's gonna feel Soren's hand on her neck, like checking her pulse. And in the panic that she was in, her immediate instinct, she's swinging on Soren.
Make an attack roll.
She thinks you're the she thinks you're the statue. She's fighting. She knows something's wrong. She's swinging.
Just a blink out and blink in, and still swinging at the statues in her mind.
It's a 12. It's a 12.
12. What's your armor class, Soren?
Oh.
That would be a 16.
16. Sorry, did you make sure to add your plus to your sorry, it would just be a strength modifier. So what's your strength modifier?
Strength plus it's +2, so it's a 14.
14, yeah, no. You kind of like feel like as you say, like, I don't have a pulse, and Icarus becomes coming over there, you feel kind of like as your hands kind of resting beside her, you feel her body suddenly tense, and her eyes kind of snap open with like a wide, almost like feral look to them, as she kind of like sits up and kind of like lets out like a soft like ah! And like goes for a swing, and you kind of like quickly like duck out of the way as she
turned into Link.
Devacia kind of like
Can Chase like tackle hug her and go, "Oh, thank God!"
The color returns to Soren's face, and she just, fuck, I had no pulse. I thought you were dead.
Demacia's gonna, she's gonna like really quickly kind of like push herself up. Like Chase is like on top of her, and she's just like straight up, like sitting up, and she's gonna search the room like frantically, like looking at everyone like in the face, like looking everyone in the eyes, and she's like, "Where are they? Where did they go?"
Can someone explain what's going on, please?
These two know better than I do. There's statues.
Oh,
I saw them. They cornered us. We were talking about them, and the next thing I know, we hear this strange whisper that we knew too much, and then the next thing I know, everything starts to feel weird and hazy, and I couldn't tell what was going on. It was confusing, and I thought something was weird. They started recording. They were here. The statues were here.
That sounds like a supernatural experience if I've ever experienced one.
I had been doodling in my book. She flips to the page. Kind of
You
frantically.
see that some of the pages, like the back half of your notebook, your spellbook is practically torn to shreds. From frantic pencil writing to a couple of pages like in his crumpling, kind of being pressed and torn away from the book itself. And like, yeah, it's
So is
in
that
rough...
page gone?
What page?
Or
your
the one she had doodled on.
It's there. It's kind of like scuffed up, but it's there.
It got a little messed up, but I'd been drawing, and somewhere in my quick drawings. She just shows Icarus and Soren, since they were the ones who didn't see the book.
And plain as day, you can see the drawing of the ship and kind of doing a top-down view from the bow of the ship to the stern. You see kind of the stairs that lead down into the lower decks, and kind of carved in silhouette of a statue-like figure peering out from the black depths of those stairs.
We were trying to uncover why I would have essentially subconsciously drawn one, because I didn't remember ever running into them.
I mean, higher beings are mysterious in their own ways. I'm actually not quite surprised. It could be that you were trying to pry. And that
What are they
didn't like
afraid
it.
of them finding out?
We were talking about someone I knew.
Who?
I think I might have mentioned it to you before, possibly. Brutus. He raised me.
Would Marin recognize that name? Because he was the one who set up the shipwright, right?
That is correct. You would recognize the name. Like, it's
like
given the
she doesn't know
context
him,
of
but she
given the
recognized.
context of Demacia, you would not, you wouldn't know much other than he was the person that arranged it, and that was that. And that's like,
Unless
if the name in and of it,
anything.
well, the name in and of itself doesn't mean anything to you. But
I was just curious if she'd recognize it.
Yeah, you recognize if somebody else had brought it up, you probably wouldn't have.
Like within the context of
within
Demacia.
the context of Demacia, yes.
I mean,
he was the one who raised me, and when we were asking the statues the question, he was who I asked about. I asked how he was doing. I wanted to know if he was well. And we were talking about it, and that's when everything started to get weird. That's when they came and attacked. I don't know what the fuck they did with him or how he's tied into this, but I am wildly concerned.
If it would make you feel better, I could try and scry.
Well, it
might not be super successful because I don't know him.
We could try.
I know that the statues, they trade questions and information. They make deals.
They take something or they do something in reaction to what I ask, but I have no idea how talking about Brutus and his tie into it could possibly. I don't I don't know.
Right. But I know at least when it comes to high being gods, that if you try to interfere in what they want to do, they don't like that very much. So,
as a brief aside, this is kind of just hitting Chase's realization as he's listening in. You didn't feel the weight of Ray returning to your shoulder.
Oh.
When you fade back into this reality. Just as an aside. You
Wait,
still
he has
sense
or he has?
you sense that he's around and kind of looking around. You do kind of see him off into the side, but he's not on you like he was when you were previously here. Is how I'm gonna phrase that. Back to
Right, because the last thing I held was when I was holding Ray. I was holding him close to my chest.
Mhm.
He was getting dragged into the ground,
Mhm.
or
That-
towards the ground.
That is correct.
I feel like Chase would like recompose himself, like wipe away what he can with, his dirty gloves, and walk over to Ray and just kind of like hold out his hands down there for him. It's kind of like a "you want a bud" kind of thing.
Ray kind of it's hard to describe the complex series of emotions that Ray himself is experiencing in this moment.
I just like pick him up like a cat, just like
Yeah.
I'll just pick him up and hold him. Did we ever? Because I know Chase got firewood. Did we ever get the fire started?
Don't think you
I
guys
think
did.
we.
No, you did.
Oh,
You
okay.
did.
I
Sorry,
think
you
we-
did.
Yeah.
I think we were just
Yeah.
in the process of taking a short rest or
Yeah.
long rest so
Long
that
We
we
had
could
just-
heal up.
yeah.
And then all that shit happened.
Mhm.
Really, really quick. Demacia wants to look over at Chase. I got knocked out. What happened? What happened
did-
after they attacked?
What
Some,
did
like-
they want?
I
I'm like holding Ray, and I
Ray.
sit down over by the.
Jeez.
Ray looks up at you, Chase. Kind of. He's searching you, Chase. And you see his eyes kind of beg the question. Do you want them to know?
I like look down at him, and I just like
Like his ears,
kind
like
of
kind of
pet
like
his face, kind of a little bit. I
he's
sit down
yeah.
over by the campfire.
While you went over to pick him up, he was kind of sitting kind of in a slightly hunched over, sort of dejected posture, ears kind of folded back, tail curled tightly around himself. A very guilty sort of pose and look about him, though the only other person aside from you that I would be able to discern that, I think, would be Zazie, but unfortunately he's not here this evening. So you're the only one who kind of catches on that as you lift him up. And so as you kind of settle down by the campfire, I just wanted to add that little bit of context.
I kind of wave people over, like, come sit down. It's a time of rest, and I'll answer questions around the campfire.
Marin will make her way over there.
Are you
Yes.
holding the book, Marin?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Oh, I kind of like do a little glance over and go, like, sorry about your book. There was a lot going on.
It's fine. As long as the spells are pretty much intact, it'll be okay.
Roll a percentile for me.
Which one?
Me or
Yes.
him?
You. We're gonna see what percentage of the spells are intact.
Cool.
73.
73% of spells. It's pretty solid. I will go ahead and I will. Okay. So it's there. Some of them are damaged, but it is damage that you could certainly mend. It will just take
a little bit of focus.
about
and time.
3 hours of work to get your spellbook repaired to the condition where it can be back to its proper. You're
I'm just
probably
glad
not going to be able
everyone's
to do it this
okay.
long rest, but in future.
I think Icarus is he's not gonna sit. He's probably just gonna stand near the, like, where everyone else would be sitting.
Shoulder
Probably,
against
like,
the
in the
wall,
back.
arms
Yeah.
crossed, like
He's gonna
brooding
be,
darkness.
Yeah.
Well, he's still mad.
Yeah.
So he's kind of just gonna just watch and listen as he's gonna be nearby, but yeah, that's what he's doing.
Soren will sit, kind of giving him a concerned look.
I'm
But
fine,
turning
love.
ultimately,
That was cold. Anyways.
she
Demacia,
turns her attention to Demacia and then to Chase.
Demacia's gonna kind of shakily, after like kind of calming down. She's not super like filled with adrenaline anymore, and now she's just kind of like, "Ow!" from like.
You're at one hit
Son of a
point.
bitch.
You're at one hit point.
She's gonna very shakily and very slowly kind of get up, and she'll make her way to the campfire. She'll grab like her bag, her all of her stuff, and she's gonna like kind of set it up, and she's just gonna lay down against it and kind of lean up on it to support herself.
I believe that's everyone.
Alright, so I'm like sitting down. I have little Ray right here. What I remember it started was we were talking about the statues while Marin was drawing what appeared to be the statues in their book, when suddenly the world around got like foggier. Then it's got like dark and foggy, almost as if like the abyss was trying to come around, but instead of, dark brooding people from the underworld, it was these statues were circling around. Chase had this, not Chase, sorry, Ray had this muzzle around him, trying to drag him down either onto or into the ground. And when I was calling for Demacia, nobody was moving. So I grabbed Marin's book and started writing down everything that I could. A call for help, the statues surrounding us, Ray getting, having that spell put on him. When Demacia, it looked like she woke up. And before I could say anything, she tried to roll out, making contact with one of the statues, and just kind of stopped moving. And in a blind...
kind of like terrified kind of look just kind of like falls across her face after hearing that she just like tumbled over was done. She's gonna kind of like, she's gonna look really somber and kind of tense about it.
She's very aware of her mortality right now.
It's like that sense of cockiness she's had this whole time she's been humbled. Ultimately, I mean, she was like, "Watch this. Let me whip out my inner street urchin," and then went,
That's so true, though.
Her tricks failed her today.
Yep.
So, in a blind panic, I mustered everything I could to try to dispel what was going on. And I kind of like look at Ray. And I look back up at them and I go,
Ray kind of
And
like, as you look down at him, kind of lets out like a soft sigh, kind of just like his head kind of tilting downwards as he just kind of like
I kind of give him like a
curls
little,
into you.
like I don't blame Ray whatsoever. I just kind of like try to comfort him by like petting him like a little cat. It's woo. And after that, I had a talk with the statues. And here we are. Demacia is awake. Nobody's hurt, or at least dead.
Can Demacia do what's a deception
Insight?
check on him?
Insight.
Or insight. She doesn't believe that
Yeah.
he just talked to them.
Ray dictates you get a 1.
I'm gonna.
What?
Ray don't want you knowing my business.
I'm gonna ask.
Okay,
straight
well
up.
I'm gonna
What
call
did
him
you
out on
s-
it. You just talked to them? What do you mean?
Did you make another deal with them?
He
You don't have to tell us
I-
if you don't want to.
Yeah, if
did,
it's too personal, that's...
he did what he had to do. To save me. To save all of you. A decision that I would not have made lightly. And he made it without hesitation.
Icarus is gonna walk towards Chase. Probably knowing in a way, not fully, but in a way, can understand what might have happened. As he does, he's gonna glance at Demacia and go, dealing with the supernatural isn't as easy as one would assume. Now is it? And as he does, he's gonna kneel in front of Chase and hug him close. I'm so sorry for what you might have had to do.
If I may... You're, well, very, very much so a very appreciated member of this party, Chase. And I don't want to push you to talk about it. But if at all you ever do need to talk about it, or anything, pretty sure I can speak for everyone here that we're open for you to talk to you anytime.
He kind of like sniffles and wipes away a tear and goes, "It's fine, guys. Who wants tell a story? You know."
Demacia, before he says the story part, Demacia just wants to kind of like, she's gonna kind of like hold like her stomach, like she's kind of pained to fucking get up, and she's gonna lean forward, and she's gonna leave her fist out for a fist bump.
Yeah.
To Chase.
Just
She's
like a little bump.
She's like, whatever you had to do, I'm very appreciative of you, Chase. Thank you. And then she's gonna kind of like, and kind of lean back into her little bag.
Who else
Oh,
has
you know-
healing?
I have like health potions, that's really it.
Because I've got
I do have
cure
some healing
wounds.
spells.
I
Yeah.
Technically.
that's
I mean, we're about to take a long rest, so as long as we don't hit combat.
exactly. I
Should be okay.
that's- I will keep watch. You will get some rest.
Are you good to keep rocking?
Was that Ray saying that?
Ray.
I'm gonna look down
Ray
at
kind
Ray and
of
be like, "I'm
looks like
gonna be hard to kind of sleep, buddy."
I'm a god. I don't need sleep. As
I was
much as
talking about me.
Go get some sleep then. If I
Well-
need to create another apparition of myself, that way you have something to snuggle as you sleep, then I can make accommodate.
Are you
I-
sure you'll be okay to watch, Ray? Are you feeling up
I
to
could
it?
always do it.
Get your rest. This place has been unforgiving to all of you. Prepare yourself for what you will have to face up. You already know Hearts. Thorn's sister is not going to be an easy target. Neither is Council of Crowns and whatever entities that you will find inside. I'll handle it.
I don't think I'll get much sleep,
Icarus,
if I'm honest.
at least try.
I kinda know, Ray.
I can also help you with that.
No.
Holds up a stick.
2x4
Ominously behind him.
I can fix
I-
that.
If
Can Chase
you-
kind of like... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
If you will insist upon remaining awake, I will request that I be allowed.
That's fine. I will not bother you.
It wouldn't be a bother, I just need my space.
I understand. Trust me, I do.
Soren looks very troubled at the moment. Marin's just already setting up for bed. She's she's like,
Don't tell
gotta
me
tell me
twice."
She's like, sleep. All right.
I guess Icarus will look to Soren. Do you want me by your side while you sleep?
I'm just a little worried about you.
I've
More
already
than-
told
more than-
you. I'm okay. This is something that I expected to happen eventually, and that I have warned you about.
Real quickly, before we start heading our separate ways, Chase, do you need time to yourself, or do you have it within you to check on one
I was
last
gonna-
thing?
I was gonna wait for most people to go to sleep, and then I was gonna have Chase kind of restlessly get up and go talk to Ray.
Right. He's aware of that, but he asks, like, he asks, do you need some time to yourself, or do you have enough energy to look into something?
I can look into something.
Icarus, before we were so rudely interrupted earlier, we were wanting to investigate that scroll of yours, weren't we?
Kind of forgot about that. He's like, he looks taken aback for a second, as he like puts his hand on his pocket. I mean, if that's what the group would like to do to feel safer, who am I to...
It is just a suggestion.
Deny.
I think if it is a weapon you feel like you were given for a reason, it might best be good to understand what it is capable of.
How about this? Icarus, follow me into the jewelry shop.
Follow me into the dark alley.
And this is where we find out that Icarus is actually bi. No.
Wait.
Gas! Cheating on his girlfriend.
We were in the jewelry shop already.
No,
You're guys are in the
remember we
courtyard
ran-
outside of it.
Yeah, we ran out to fight the thing, and then we just set up camp there.
I
Mhm.
thought we went into the jewelry shop again to set up camp in there.
No,
because
not-
I thought so too.
I don't.
No, we
I
were
don't
out in the
remember
courtyard,
us
just
doing
right
it.
outside.
Okay.
Right outside.
Okay.
Right, because there's the wall around the jewelry shop. Then there's the jewelry shop itself. There's that like courtyard area. You were standing on the archway that led out into the street, Icarus, when you fought Gad. The fight was right in the street, and then
Yeah.
you guys just kind of reconvened in that courtyard area.
Cool.
I
Uh,
will
cool
wait for
nod.
you.
What?
I will wait for you guys. Just in case.
I hold down my hand for Ray, because, I mean, he's gonna come with me.
Ray kind of nods and kind of leaps up, kind of deftly landing on your shoulders and kind of curling around your neck.
And
I bring a
Nicholas is gonna
lantern,
follow.
just in
Yeah.
case.
I was gonna
Just in
say.
case
No,
some
that's
DM
smart.
we
That's
should bring
smart.
some light,
Just in
maybe.
case some DM fuckery happens, just like I'm covering the bases.
Listen. We don't need a
Or
hentai
Icarus.
episode. We
Oh,
nah.
God.
Oh,
What?
oh wow.
Before Icarus fully gets a chance to leave, Soren is gonna stop him momentarily. And she kind of slowly, she like it takes her a second to actually like look him in the eyes. I'm not certain that I got to get my point across to you earlier. But whatever you think is the best decision, I'm with you, Icarus. I believe in you, and I trust you. And whatever you think is best, I'll be by your side, no matter what.
I don't deny that. I appreciate it very much. And I would do all that I can, like I had said before, to protect and aid you all. But I will be here for whenever you ask.
I just want you to know that you have my support. Unconditionally.
He leans down and kisses her gently.
There we go.
That's better.
But you could tell his his gaze softens a little, but it's still obviously not the same.
Mhm.
As he looks down at her and just rubs her cheek for a second. Whenever you need me, just call for me and I will be there. Whatever you ask of me, I will do without question.
Thank you.
And with that, he turns around and follows Chase into the dark, dark alley for dark, dark deals.
We're going. We're not going.
baby!
We're not going to
going
the
out.
alley. We
I
be
will
going to
say,
the
with
jewelry
the
shop.
comment that Icarus made in passing to Demacia as he's walking away, she's gonna very lightly kind of scoff at him, very quietly. She doesn't want to be
Don't
heard,
start
but more to
beefing.
herself.
No,
And
listen. They both are coming at each other with a lot of heat right now, so...
You guys don't need to beef down here, okay? Tensions are high enough.
Icarus is just gonna
You
ignore
don't
it,
need beef
honestly.
with me, Demacia, for no reason, okay? You don't gotta beef with my
No, for
boyfriend.
no reason. I will say the beef with Soren, not a non-issue.
I agree.
Demacia has her fucking reasons.
I don't deny.
Okay, you know what? Rude of me to say no reason. You're right. I understand the worry.
She
But also-
absolutely has a reason. I
So-
fucking promise you.
So,
You think she's just tripping
So-
for no reason, bitch? The fuck?
so. All of you. We're going to explore Icarus's by side, as Chase and Icarus step inside the jewelry shop.
With Ray.
with
And light.
Icarus better not be falling for Chase now. He's all dark and brooding for an episode
Who
or two.
knows?
Damn,
It's a
you better not do my
polyamory
girl Soren like
mystery.
this. Hey, I swear to God.
I do have high charisma. Maybe you should have watched your words better.
I do have, actually, believe it or not, I have maxed out charisma. So
I
Okay,
do
if we're
as
gonna
well.
be completely honest, who has more Riz, Soren or Chase? Chase has way more Riz.
I think Icarus has more
I
riz
think
than both
Icarus-
of them.
No.
Okay?
Which is
No.
so odd.
That's-
So he has that tism riz,
Yeah, he
whereas
does have the
Chase
tism
just
Riz.
has dork riz, and Soren has intelligent book smart riz. They have different riz.
They do.
I would just like to say I think Demacia has the most riz out of all of y'all. So
I mean,
She-
in terms,
Who
in
doesn't
terms
love
of,
a
like-
lesbian street urchin? Who doesn't love that archetype?
Well,
Let's
so
be real.
Precisely.
smooth talking, I think is Demacia's strong suit is smooth.
Lesbian
talking.
street urchin.
Agreed.
I will
Sweet talking.
admit,
she's
Chase-
the definition of a hey mama's lesbian. Let's be
Mhm.
fucking real.
Mhm.
She is hey
Now,
mama's
if she had a
lesbian.
human form, she'd be like, "Hey, mama, let me in it."
She's got like the pants, like the fucking backwards hat and everything.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Just the backwards hat fucking jerseys.
Oh my
Yup,
god.
yup.
There you go.
That's my bitch. That is my bitch.
So, you step inside the jewelry store with all of your accessories. I will let Chase direct it from here since he was the one who led everybody this way.
All right. I hold my hand out for the scroll. Is there a physical scroll, or am I just dumb?
It is a physical
No, there is.
Okay. All right. There's a lot of hesitation. I was starting to sweat.
Yeah.
No, no,
No,
no,
you can
he-
tell
he-
Icarus
no,
is-
no, me too, Jackson. I
Icarus
feel
was hesitating for a different reason.
Chase is
Yeah.
like looking around, like, oh.
Am I stupid?
You could tell Icarus is just staring at your hand for a second.
Don't
And
worry.
then-
The reason I brought you over here is I could tell there was a little bit of heat, and as much as one side versus the other have both interesting points, I do think there needs to be a level of trust for everybody. And for me, to you, I will tell you the scroll. I will say nothing about it. Only up to you to tell the ones that you're close with.
In that case, can I have Demacia and Akira deafen, please?
Watch for the
Just 'cause
jazz
I'm, like,
hands.
passed out, I'm not gonna fucking listen to fucking bullshit.
You can tell Icarus kind of just looks at you with blank eyes. Then he looks down for a second. I can understand the mistrust. I mean, after all, gods can be very unpredictable, as well as higher beings, as you probably experienced.
Oh,
Right.
didn't know
Like,
half of
what's
it.
your passive perception, Icarus?
16. I
You
know this
do
at
kind
heart
of-
now, baby.
You do kind of catch Ray kind of hanging his head a little guiltily at the mention of like gods and higher powers and other such beings being unpredictable and empathizing with Chase's experience. You do kind of catch that reaction.
I got a question real quick.
Yes.
Does Chase know that he's the god of prophecy and stuff like that, of light and all? Like, did he hear it from the statues, or is he still trying to figure that out?
He's still kind of trying to figure it out. You were labeled as a demigod prior. Obviously just because of your lineage. Not the statues, but even prior to then.
Yeah, and Daddy
But
giving me a
whether
sword
or
and all
not you are a full-blooded god, you are unsure.
that. Okay. I
Um,
feel like with hearing that, Chase kind of smirks, knowing about his own adventures of mishaps and
Mhm.
fighting sentient books in a library. Like, yeah, shake and get fucky real quick.
Mhm. He looks at both Ray and Chase as he's not talking to both of them when he says this. What had just happened is neither of your faults. Please do not blame yourselves for what had happened or what you might have had to give away. But don't feel guilty, because it wasn't in your control. And that's something I've had to learn many times in the hardest of ways.
I'm curious. Are you looking to see if your words made an impact?
I don't think he wants to. I think he's kind of just like he just
He's
wants
just
to see what
saying- He's saying them to try to comfort and
he's saying what he wants to say and just wants to get like it out before anything continues.
So she's
not as a thing of like,
right. You're not trying to inherently like specifically improve anybody's spirits. You're just trying to get that out there.
Yeah, and I will try to lift up, like, it's more of like a comfort thing, like,
right,
I can
like,
understand.
more precisely,
but...
like, are you like say as you're saying those words, are you like trying to read into their expressions to see that like whether or not they take what you're saying to heart and if it resonates with them?
I think he's just trying to comfort them, not trying to see if it like actually did it well or not, because he's not really in that headspace right now.
No, yeah.
But he still wants to like be there and to support, like he's been saying, he's there to support.
Understood.
So yeah, I don't think he's actively looking for like, did my words work?
Am I a bard now? No.
Almost like you're trying to convince yourself more than us.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, yeah. And he looks at Chase. I don't distrust you the slightest, as well as I don't distrust really anyone in our party. I'm more afraid that they distrust me based off of things I can't control. And their distrust or potential distrust is very warranted. I don't blame them in the slightest. I guess I'm more trying to keep everybody at ease, is all. As he says that, he reaches in his pocket and he pulls out the scroll and hands it to Chase. I am an open book. Do what you must.
Might I ask,
nod.
Mr. Chase, what level do you cast Identify?
What level is Identify at?
1.
Is it? Oh yeah, because it starts from 0. So I can either do 1 or 0?
No, you can do higher if you so desire.
All right, rhyming man.
More precisely, I will say if you want to understand as much as you can, the higher levels that you cast it at will reveal more hidden
Will I
things
get my
about
spell
it.
slots back at a rest?
You will, but you could also cast it ritually. And if you cast it ritually, it is just, I believe you could cast it, it'll take 15 minutes ritually to cast it.
I mean, we're gonna do a long rest anyways.
Sure.
Might as well just kind of. Well, hopefully we'll do a long rest. So I'll do it at a 3.
Closing your eyes. Casting Identify, kind of holding a scroll. Both of you are now made aware that it is a scroll.
Yes, the scroll is made of.
It's a scroll.
It's a scroll of wish. Specifically, 3 wishes. Which, just in case both of you, I mean, I know both of you are kind of not as big on D&D. Wish is a 9th level spell. How many of you are familiar with Wish?
I've seen the movie.
Let me pull up Wish, just so you understand. Wish is the mightiest spell a mortal creature can cast. By simply speaking aloud, you can alter the very foundations of reality in accord with your desires. The basic use of the spell is to duplicate any other spell of 8th level or lower. You do not need to meet any requirements in that spell, including costly components. The spell simply takes effect. Alternatively, you can create one of the following effects of your choice. You can create one object up to 25,000 gold in value that is not a magic item. The object can be no more than 300 feet in any dimension, and it appears in an unoccupied space that you can see on the ground. You can allow up to 20 creatures that you see to regain all hit points, and you end all effects on them described in the Greater Restoration spell. You can grant up to 10 creatures that you can see resistance to a damage type that you choose. You can grant up to 10 creatures you can see immunity to a single spell or other magical effect for 8 hours. For example, you can make yourself and all of your companions immune to a Lich's Life Drain attack. You can undo a single recent event by forcing a reroll of any roll made within the last round, including your last turn. Reality shapes itself to accommodate the new result. For example, a wish spell could undo an opponent's successful save, a foe's critical hit, or a friend's failed save. You can force the reroll to be made. With advantage or disadvantage, or you can choose whether to let the reroll use the reroll or the original roll. You might be able to achieve something beyond the scope of the above examples. State your wish to the DM as precisely as possible. The DM has great latitude in ruling what occurs in such an instance. The greater the wish, the greater the likelihood that something goes wrong. This spell might simply fail. The effect you desire might only be partly achieved, or you might suffer some unforeseen consequence as a result of how you worded the wish. For example, wishing a villain were dead might propel you forward in time to a period that the villain is no longer alive, effectively removing you from the game.
There we go. Yeah.
Similarly,
I guess you could
wishing
wish
for a
right back,
legendary
though.
magic item or artifact might instantly transport you to the presence of the item's current owner, if it has one. The stress of casting this spell to produce any effect other than duplicating a spell weakens you. After enduring that stress, each time you cast a spell until you finish a long rest, you take 1d10 necrotic damage per level of that spell. This damage cannot be reduced or prevented in any way. In addition, your strength drops to 3, if it isn't 3 or lower already, for 2d4 days. For each of those days that you spend resting and doing nothing more than light activity, your remaining recovery time decreases by 2 days. Finally, there is a 33% chance that you are unable to cast Wish ever again if you suffer this stress.
Is it anti-paradoxal?
What do you mean, anti-paradoxal?
So, let's say, hypothetically, the first wish is that you wish for somebody to be dead, and you go into the future, and then they die. And then your second wish is, I wish the first wish didn't happen. Paradoxically, if that didn't happen, reality would warp to where that first wish didn't work, meaning you have 2 or even 3 wishes left.
Incorrect, because so what you're wishing is that you wish the first wish didn't work. So you're basically going back in time to use your second wish to cancel out your first wish, and so now you're left with one wish.
The first wish wasn't wished, not that.
You never spoke the first wish. You'd still be down to 2 wishes then.
Okay. Wait. All right.
Because you're essentially giving yourself back the wish. Like, you're wishing for your wish back, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Is kind of what you're doing.
You're Control-Z-ing it.
Yeah, but it still counts as you using one up because you wished for the wish back. And so, yeah. If that makes sense. But anyways.
Mm-hmm.
There is, because of the level that you cast the spell at, I need you to make an Arcana check for me.
Yay. What is my Arcana? A 5, so 23.
You did uncover something laid out in this.
A loophole, or
a little bit.
Maybe more like the fine print of like
the fine print.
Once you use all 3 wishes, I take over your body. Lol, get fucked.
In a way, that's part of it. But it's more precisely every single time you are forced to use it. You have a 33% chance to never be able to cast Wish again, right?
Alright.
If you lose the ability to cast Wish using one of those 3 wishes, your pact with ruin is sealed. And here's the thing. Regardless of whether or not that happens, just by casting the first wish, you are guaranteeing that eventually you two will be reunited. In what way? It doesn't specify. It is written entirely to be up to chance. If you cast the first wish, somehow, some way, it'll be written into the future that Rue and Icarus will be one person again.
Does
However,
Icarus know this, or is it just Chase?
Chase, but he can choose to tell you about it.
Got it.
And if
I would
you,
definitely
if you
relay this off
lose,
to
if you
Icarus.
lose your ability to cast the wish on any of those 3 chances that you wish, Rue gets to determine how you merge.
Oh, fuck.
Though there is also a subclause. While such scroll
There's a
is in your
dom
possession,
clause.
he cannot, under any circumstances, even if you call upon him, take control unless you use one of your wishes to do so. Thirdly, once the first wish is cast, he will be incapable of physically harming any members of the party. Physically incapable.
So even if we do merge, he takes over, whatever, he still can't harm any party members or anyone I see as an ally.
That is correct.
Oh, fuck.
And written in Arcane Infernal. So only you can see this, but you're obviously going to translate it. Hello, Stoatling. I know you'll have your eyes upon this eventually.
Oh god.
Keep an eye on this one for me. I'd rather have my body intact when I eventually return. And do try to keep him from using this stupidly.
It's kind of like I like to think I do like that half squint look at an invisible camera thing. Like these motherfuckers keep telling me to watch after Icarus. This is like the 4th person. to tell me this.
Sorry. From Icarus's player, I'm sorry. So what does it consist of?
I'm gonna relay everything that you said, Josh,
Including-
except for the
yeah.
Stoatling part. Excluding that I'm just like another person. All right, wait. No, but I'll tell Icarus the Stoatling part,
Mhm.
but I'm gonna do it in my own words.
Very
So-
well.
Okay.
Do it.
So I'm gonna be like, TLDR, the scroll of 3 wishes, and I read some subclause, which I'm gonna be honest with you, I heard every word of it. I don't remember a lot of it.
Sure.
So it kind of went over my own head.
No,
so-
I took it all in.
Yeah,
Okay,
so I'll
yeah.
just reiterate a bullet point version.
Awesome.
After the first wish, it'll be predestined that Icarus and Rue return to one body. It'll be predestined. If you lose the ability to cast your wish on any of those 3, Rue gets to decide how. Subclause. Rue cannot possess Icarus while Icarus is in possession of the scroll. And after the first wish is cast, Rue is incapable of physically hurting any of Icarus' allies. And it is 3 uses of the spell Wish, the most powerful spell in the entire game.
I
And
guess
Icarus.
as you were...
Sorry, real briefly. I did forget to
You're fine.
mention. Also, behind the jeweler's counter, Stokely, there's a piece of paper. It's yours.
I just look over. I look over at the counter and walk to it,
You
grab
walk
the
over.
paper. Or
Where are you going?
do I need to do it? Call it intuition. Do I need to do an investigation or anything, or do I just get the paper?
You can do a site investigation for me.
Oh God, I shouldn't have asked.
Imagine you getting that one. I don't see it.
Okay, it's not in that one.
It's
do find
not
it.
in that one.
You do find it. You
I rolled a 2.
and I'm imagining that's like what, +5?
Investigation. Oh my God, plus 11.
Oh shit.
+11. So yeah, DC was 5. You were 5.
The look you gave me was so scary.
I was just like,
You do find paper that I mentioned. It is another scroll.
That one I'm just gonna pocket for now.
Mhm.
I'll just say oh, Icarus, it was something for me about a piece of paper that I want to look at later. I can only handle one thing at a time right now.
I don't blame you. I know that they could be mysterious and at the same time assholes in their own ways. But they're kind also. You see, after hearing what the subclauses is and what the scroll entails, he has a look of acceptance, but he seems the slightest bit solemn and quite he knows what he might have to do and what might happen, and he's ready to do that if he must. But at the same time, he's a little.
Yeah. You do see as Kay kind of hands the scroll back to you, written kind of in the crest of the wax ceiling on the scroll. For your darkest hour.
Was that the scroll to chase, or was that the Icarus?
Ironically enough, both of you have a very similar crest on each.
He just nods and looks back at Chase. I promise. He's not as bad as I guess everybody makes him seem. He does have his quirks. And I don't know what he entails fully, but he's not pure evil. He's just hurt and sad and desperate. I'm sorry for what might occur in the future by him or by me.
I go to hand a scroll back, but I'll hold on to it once you reach for it. Just for a brief second, lock eyes with you. Just go. For the short time that I've been with this party, so many things that of my 30 plus years of adventuring, this is the first I've seen of a lot, and the first I've experienced of many. To say something is pure evil or pure good is foolish by anybody. And that, with that outlook, I don't know what happened in the past with this character you're talking about. But if you're able to see any bit of light with it, try to nourish it for the best outcome. And that I trust that you, of all people, know how to handle what you're going through the best. Although, be a lot more careful, please. I can't risk experiencing more than one loss per adventure, please.
Well, I can't make any promises on my life, but I will do my best, for I have promised to, not just to you, but to another who I hold the closest to my heart. So, I can't break that. Oh.
I take a step. Oh,
No,
like
that's it.
I nod, take a step away, and like I'm facing the door, and I go, "Oh." I look over my shoulder. Be nice to Demacia. She did just die for a little bit, so
I
I'll
can't
tell
help it.
Demacia to calm it down too. I might have to carve
I
one of
didn't
those
mean anything
statues.
in bitterness, I swear. Simply a statement. As he follows Chase out.
Just like a bard always knows, and opens the door. Let Icarus go through, and I just kind of like
Nods.
glance behind the tower or the counter of like, just like, why was it there?
Squints his eyes. Just,
Feel for the scroll that was behind there in my pocket, and just shut the door. Go back to the campfire.
Sure. You feel for the scroll. Do you want to do anything with it?
Not yet. I'll probably pull it out with Ray later tonight when everyone's resting, because like Chase said, he's gonna have a hard time sleeping tonight, so he'll take a nice conversation with Ray. But for me, Jackson, I gotta pop out for just like 20 seconds. I gotta use the restroom.
Go use the
while
restroom.
everyone's
I'll bring
talking
everybody
and
back
coming
in.
back.
I'll bring everybody
Alright.
back in.
I was gonna have a moment with
Yeah.
Soren anyway.
Yeah, go
Especially
ahead.
after that knowledge.
You can
I get
ping
called
Demacia
back
for me
in.
too if you'd like. Can one of you two ping Mac for me?
Oh, yeah, I got you. She might be away.
She might be, but
She might
just
be.
when she comes back, she'll have something. Oh, she just sat down.
Yippee!
Welcome back.
I
No,
stopped
you-
playing Inscription just in time to notice the wave early.
Yeah.
We just ended, yeah. Sorry.
I think I got up like
No, this
right
is-
before.
This is fun. This is interesting.
I like I like deep heavy
Icarus for
roleplay
once, I
sessions.
feel like has some hope in this situation. He's kind of like,
Kind
How
of.
do you- is he feeling a little bit more like himself?
It's not the best, but it's something.
Demacia's gonna crush it. She's gonna make him feel bad.
well, no,
Keeps giving
I
her
know.
attitude.
no. He's just gonna casually like wish it didn't happen or something.
What do you mean, wish it?
Wish it didn't happen.
It's a joke. It's not like I gave him the most powerful spell in the game or anything.
You know, the worst part is I would believe it if you did.
No, I didn't. Well, I would
Um,
not. Listen, I'm not wanting to send any characters on power trips. Okay, Icarus would take like wishes and just balls to the wall, just one after the other, and this
I-
entire campaign will
I
be
would
ruined.
I would just like to say, Icarus, don't even think about it. I'll freak out.
I'd offend him.
Icarus comes back to the camp
Yeah.
with, I guess, Chase
Uh.
falling behind, and he's gonna
Soren is
make his
like
way to Soren and just sit
dozing.
by
She's
her.
like doing that thing where it's like, and then they like kind of perk back up. And
Yeah.
like,
Yeah. He's gonna sit
Uh.
next to Soren and like let her lean against him, like guide her head over to his like chest.
No.
You could tell though he has a solemn look in his eye as he's just staring at the fire in front of him.
She just sleepily just. What happened?
Sleep spell. No.
All right.
A fireball.
Another one.
Icarus actually
Another
kept
one.
of them.
I know, right?
Well, Icarus
Don't
didn't
tell anyone.
Icarus make 2?
I don't
Like,
know.
Two that were
no.
used. 2 were used.
2 were
Two were used. One for me, one for yeah.
Yes.
Can Chase just do some like cure, like healing?
Yeah, you could do your Song of Rest thing. I'll allow it.
I'll just like sit up against the log and just start kind of like tapping on my horn, and it sounds like I'm strumming a guitar. Just
Oh, that's so cool.
It's a little horn of many instruments.
It's
It
Oh
makes
my
me,
gosh,
like,
a
quite
horn of many
asleep.
instruments.
She's just gonna be like, she's like resting her eyes. She's not quite like asleep. She's just like laying there, not doing nothing.
Go ahead and what is your bardic inspiration die, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, it heals, not dies. But hold on.
Well, no. I'm adding custom to this. This is a custom. thing. 'Cause
Yeah,
it's
it
technically-
heals, not dies.
Well, so technically, this Song of Rest only applies to a short rest. I'm slightly tweaking it for this
So
specific
it
encounter.
says your bardic
Are we doing a long
inspiration
rest
die
or a short
changes
rest?
when you
Long
reach
rest,
a certain
right?
level. The die becomes a D8 at 5th level, a D10 at 10th, and a D12 at 15th.
Okay, so it's a D10
I
right
think I'm-
now.
Am I at 10th level?
I think everybody's at 10th or 11th level right now.
We're at 9.
Oh, 9, never
mind, never
mind.
levels.
I
Right?
apologize. I thought you guys
Oh,
were
no,
at 10
it's
for some
10.
reason.
No,
but-
we are 10. No, we
It's
are
10.
10.
I can't see
Probably.
Chase's level. I'm a little dumb.
It is 5
Yeah, we are at 10.
sorcerer, 5 bard. So yes, it is 10.
Oh, okay, cool.
Oh, sorry,
So
it's a
what is
D8
that?
then. It's a D8 then.
So
Because
a
you have
D10 at 10th level.
yeah, so sorry, you're while you are a level 10 character, you're only 5 levels in bard. So
Oh, okay.
it'll be a D8. Go ahead and roll 2D8 for me.
Just to answer Soren's question really fast,
Mhm.
as I guess he's strumming, he's just gonna like pet her head gently, and he takes a moment to pause before just kissing the top of her head. I love you so much,
No.
and I'm so sorry.
Oh my god. Wait, for what?
You'll see. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare him. No,
This sounds
This
like
is
a suicide
misunderstanding.
note.
Hold on, this is not.
Like, you know those friends who are suicidal and they text you at 4 in the morning and they go, I love you. And you're like, what are you gonna do? Yeah, that's what this feels like.
I have a question. Can Demacia hear this conversation that they're having? 'Cause
Sorry. Are you actively listening?
yeah, she's
Make a
present.
perception check. Make a perception.
I guess it's like for everything. This is for everything. Yeah, just for everything. You said-
Nat 20.
There you go. Yep.
I
You hear
swear
this
to-
entire conversation.
That's fucking the worst kind of fucking. That's such bullshit. I could have used that nat 20 for anything else. You know, with whether or not I can fucking hear a conversation happening next to me. Fucking Christ. Okay, I just want to just keep that in the old noggin. I don't want to do anything about it quite yet. I just want to have that information to store away for later. Damn, I really wasted a fucking 20 on that.
It's all right. So
Oh, for me, by the way,
Yes.
I rolled a 12.
you rolled a 12.
8 and a 4.
8 and a 4. Everybody gets 12 temporary hit points for the next day.
Hey, guys, I'm not at 17 hit points anymore. Look at me go.
No, that'll be for the
I'm
next day.
at-
So it'll be your full health plus
So,
an extra 12.
Oh.
And those
So
will go in
does
your
he
temporary hit
s-
points box.
Nice.
does he out loud say the for everything part?
Yes.
Yeah, he does.
For everything.
And then the you'll see.
No.
I think he mumbles. You'll see under your
Oh, yeah.
breath, like really, really, really quietly.
Nat 20 he
Okay,
hears.
but-
Yeah, Nat 20 she
Yeah,
hears.
I got rolled a nat 20.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say
Your ears
I'm
be like
I can't
satellite.
take it. Reason why is like because I can't take it back. I'm already dumb. Okay,
Yeah.
I can't take it back, so I can't say no. I didn't say that. So it's just really, really, really quiet. But he'll
No,
say just
it's like
everything.
like what was it? It was the whole thing where it's like you mumble it under your breath, and so it's like, huh, what was that? And you're like, oh, for everything.
Just for everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what we'll do.
I like to think the Macy's
sounds
ears are like
even
satellites, where they're just like. Toot.
I mean,
I'm just
that would make sense for Demacia. I think what Demacia's passive perception is like 23 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's real. I think it's passive perception is I gotta double check. I have to check every single time. Oh, it's 24.
24.
It's 24.
So plus
Nothing gets
14
past
to
me.
perception. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I feel like you don't need to apologize unless you're going to do something rash in the near future.
No, not particularly. Just rest, dear. You deserve it. It's been a long day.
Just try and sleep too, yeah?
I'll be here.
Icarus.
I hope you know Ray
See-
is going to put you to sleep, at least temporarily. I do hope you
He's
know
gonna fight it. He's gonna fight it.
And I perceive that Demacia is like, while I'm just like plucking my horn, I like look over. It's like the ears twitch.
Yeah, you do.
All right. When you guys get done flirting, all gross.
Premarital flirting.
At least you guys.
Can we make that one a sticker, Josh? I beg.
Premarital flirting.
Premarital flirting with the
Premarital
tilde.
flirting.
With the
Now
tilde.
that'll sell.
like you know, like those like it's almost kind of like one of those like spoof posts of like, oh my god, you looked at her ankles posts. So like
Yeah.
premarital flirting.
I bet you showed her your ankles, you whore.
I bet that man has seen that left toe of yours. That's absolutely insane.
Oh my gosh. Like,
Bring
God.
shame upon our family.
How dare you
What
wear a
family?
skirt
They're
that
all
is not
dead.
knee length?
So what family? They're all dead.
Oh,
Oh.
Yikes. Damn.
Oof.
we take it back. Control Z. Control Z. I like to just kind of like eyeball over at the Macy and go and peep in ears, cause for distrust.
On God, I love Chase. I love Chase so much.
Are you
too.
saying that
I'm a
just
number
loud
one
enough
Chase
for
fan.
Demacia to hear?
Yeah, I directed it at her.
Okay, give me a quick second. Hold on.
I will say her eyes are closed. She doesn't realize that he's like looking at him and talking to her. She's just kind of like, you know, whatever. She's gonna
You're
pretend
gonna-
she didn't fucking hear him.
Gonna pretend that you're asleep.
Yeah,
While Chase is
precisely.
actively watching your ears twitch around, listening
Yeah.
straight in
Yeah.
on them. Like you're the
Yeah,
fucking
she's-
US military.
easily. Yeah, no, she does not give a fuck. She's incredibly distrusting.
It's okay.
She's a
It wasn't
street
the-
urchin.
oh,
What do you expect of her?
it's okay. It wasn't the only thing he's gonna say, so maybe you'll pay attention.
She's paying attention. She's just not
Yeah.
responding. She's pretending like she's not.
Okay, what Chase
Um,
gonna say next? He's gonna be like,
I love this like little tension that they have, you know?
Yeah.
Like it's so funny because
It's
this is the first time Icarus has been sassy too.
it's like
It's
It's like the first time we're really seeing Icarus give some sass.
it's happened only once too. And it was
Macy's
to the
just
worst
like
person.
Macy's like I will not be fucking with this type of energy right now. She's like I'm not having it. Fuck you.
Yeah.
chakras are off.
He's just
Like my brother in Christ.
She's like if you don't stop acting out. She's the fucking mom, bro. She's like if you don't stop acting out right now, Icarus. That's
I
the
don't-
fucking vibe she's got right now.
I don't know what you're talking about. I have no clue what you're talking
You
about. I'm not
Soren
doing
being the
shit.
mom who doesn't punish her bad behaviors. And,
As we have mentioned, you are like
Demacia is.
you are the wasp mom. Demacia is the cigarette mom. That's
Yeah, Demacia is the cigarette mom.
I'll be back.
Soren is the Disneyland wasp mom.
Oh my god.
She's like, oh, the kids have been bad
Precisely
this
that.
week. They got a C- on their report cards. C's are still passing. Let's go to Disneyland to celebrate.
And then
That's her.
Demacy's like, what the fuck is this C for? You're
What is a
smarter than that.
C? I raised you better than that.
It's just
Ripping
like,
off a
You better get
cigarette.
your ass in that room.
Fucking, you better
Better
get
do
your
some
ass in that
fucking
room and
studying.
study right now.
I feel like Chase would be that kind of uncle that goes, "Yo, you go to school up top, little man."
No, he's definitely
gotta-
just like the gay. He's just like gay uncle energy, supportive gay uncle.
Yeah.
He's just like, oh my god, you're passing your classes. Do you want to go get ice cream? Let's go get ice cream, little buddy. Come on. Be like, let's get some cheese. I love Chase as a character so much.
Chase is a great character. I love Chase.
He's
I love
enough
the funny
comic
dynamic.
relief.
I
Yeah,
love the
like-
dynamic between Demacy and Chase because Demacy's like, what are you doing? And then Chase is just like, I'm here.
There's
Demacy's
fish.
like, Jesus Christ. there's fish. Let's go fish. Why
go
would we? Let's just buy some fish. We're on a time.
Oh, I
You
don't
wanna
know.
go
Maybe
fishing?
because they're a little expired, Demacia.
Fucking Christ.
Listen, I
Listen,
mean,
I
to
know
be
it's-
fair, he's kind of right. I mean,
I
we
know
would have
it's
known it was
fantasy.
fresh.
I know it's fantasy, but I don't
I
want to
will
be
say it was
acting like I'm
your
a rocket
check.
ship.
It was. I will say though, it was your check that fucked us with the expired fish. Though I will say,
It's like saying that it's my fault that I threw a baby because I had a hot cake in my hand. You know, like you can't hand me a baby while I'm holding a hot cake because it's like, oh, it's your fault they both dropped. Like, yeah, you forced me a baby. God damn it!
when did Demacy force you to hold a baby?
I could have gone fishing, but no, instead you forced me to choose. I was at the whims
We're
of
on a
fate.
time crunch.
We
don't got
had
time to go
teleportation.
We don't got time to go fishing. We might
I
have a
had
time
time.
wizard. We got the goddess of time on our side. And we got a time wizard, but that does not mean we got unlimited amounts of time for this.
Can't believe we have a time wizard for only 3 sessions now.
She's been here, okay, for quite a minute.
Not Demacia. Not Essen. Fuck.
Marin?
Marin. Marin's been here a while.
Doing great, bestie.
Has she been here for a while, or is she just gaslighting you with her time powers? I mean, like, you know,
She
read
stopped
the...
a meteor swarm for these hoes, alright?
Did she? Or,
Yeah.
or was it just a bunch of 4th graders
Look, she's
throwing
not
rocks
as
at you?
powerful as fucking Essen. She ain't got those kind of powers.
Can't stop time or nothing.
I don't
but
know.
she could.
I don't
she
know
could
with
do
Josh being on the phone if Chase can talk to Demacia or not.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
we'll catch him up.
Probably.
All I was gonna say, or what Chase was gonna say, other than peeping ears cause for distrust, is like he's just gonna keep strumming around and going, that statue incident was a little close, don't you think?
Yeah. Yeah, much too close for comfort, if I must say so myself.
You know,
How
talk- hmm?
I can't get over Brutus's involvement in that. I wish Ray would have finished his sentence. We were on the
Maybe it wasn't the Brutus thing specifically. I have a hunch that it could just be a little bit more, you know.
Part of me worries if I put him in imminent danger by asking about him.
I don't know.
Terrifies me, actually. Knowing that the whole reason he sent me away was to keep each other safe, keep me safe from that situation, and he wouldn't have to associate with me in the way he was. It was the safest option for both of us, and me asking those statues that stupid fucking question put him in danger like that.
Well, I guess the bright side is that everyone who's alive is still alive, and that we just move onward for those who can't save the world for everyone else.
I suppose she's gonna kind of like do a kind of situation where she's just kind of like this on her head, and she's just gonna stretch out. Fuck, that fall hurt.
I think it was a little bit more than the fall, but I hope we heal up for the morning, if there even is a morning in this fog-forsaken place.
Real shit.
Hey, Chase.
Hmm.
We talked about how your mother knew one of the statues, kind of. Right?
I don't think she knew the statues, like, personally.
She knew the one guy, though, right?
Yeah,
Being a
but
statue.
yeah, that's a little screwy with my head at the moment. I don't, because Ray said that I may have killed an innocent man. It may have just been a statue possessing or something with that guy, the healer who let my mom die. So again, I don't know if she knew, like, I mean, obviously with how she's been intertwined with, like, my dad, she's got to have known something, but
Do you think that she possibly asked the statues a question herself? And that's how she was tied into it?
she very well could have. I mean, I believe everybody's at least asked a question to the statues without even realizing it. Somebody wishing that the stub toe would stop hurting, or that they can see a family member again. You know.
Pretty sure the only people who asked from this party, or at least when we encountered them ourselves, was myself and I believe it was Icarus. I believe we were the only ones who asked a question. Mara
Well.
doesn't remember asking. And we almost had our minds completely wiped.
We almost had worse just now. From the tumble you took, who knows if it would have stopped at me or even Ray.
It was terrifying, honestly. You know, I've had my fair share of near-death experiences, sure. I've always had a fear of people, of new people. I've never quite dealt with anything so cosmically terrifying, such as the statues.
Still not as scary as sentient books.
Sentient books.
Oh yeah. After this adventure, I'll show you the scars.
Okay, I'll have to take you up on that, because you piqued my curiosity.
Why do you think I keep this little guy around? I pull out the paper from episode 1 of Chase. I'm still holding on to that fucker.
Yeah, okay. Were you talking to me earlier?
About what?
The first thing you said when you came back?
Oh, a peep in ears cause for distrust?
Yeah, that.
I mean, who else would I have been telling?
She's gonna kind of funnily just like like very much like looking away, like trying to avoid eye contact. And you're like, I don't know what you're talking about, actually.
It's okay. Although my experiences on this adventure have been beyond anything that I've ever experienced in the 30 years of my travels, I can still pick up a thing or two from, moving around. I know when ears flicker and a nose twitch. I know what's good. And I also know that if we're going to get through this, a bit of trust is needed. I told Icarus this, and I tell you the same. Go easy on the kid. From what we've talked about, I don't think adding stress to those that they deem closest to is necessarily the best way to have level heads in the future.
If you want me to be 100% clear and honest, I think Icarus's problem is that he can't have a level head. He's got numerous opinions running around in that.
I think Icarus is
Big old
awake
brain of-
still.
Yeah, he could definitely be.
Do you just say this out loud?
It's just ignoring them, honestly.
She's having a conversation. She's having a conversation if you want to.
I mean, in my mind, it was just loud enough. Like, I'm not too terribly far from Demacia. I'm like 5 feet kind of thing, or like maybe 10.
It was just like,
No.
damn, you really roasted him to his face at this point.
She's gonna be
I think
honest.
Yeah, he would ignore it though, honestly.
He's with his girlfriend. That's all he needs right now.
Yeah.
Just
Maybe
enjoy the
he
peace.
fell asleep without needing to sleep spell. We don't know.
No.
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 Bitch got insomnia.
No.
Man, just like me for real.
Honest.
But, anyways, I think Icarus's problem is that he has a hard time with having a level head, considering he's got so much going on all the time. He's smart, don't get me wrong. I'm well aware of that. But I think he lets too many people cloud his judgment all at once. I think his attachments to the people that live up in that old noggin of his can be overwhelming for him. And I think that's ultimately going to be the downfall when he's consistently relying on them. And whatever, I've said my piece about it already, but
Well, I'll leave the conversation on this. Causing a rift will ultimately lead a person's biased decision. If you go hard on the kid, the voices that whisper sweet nothings will be ever so sweeter. So, and again, Icarus, he's a cool dude. And I think...
never said he wasn't. I enjoy
Fine.
Icarus.
Oh, I know. What I'm just saying is, in the time where things can get fuzzy and weird, instead of grinding against him and making things even fuzzier, we need to be the light with each other in order to be able to have a solid foundation. Be the voice on the outside so he doesn't rely on the voices on the inside.
Well, I don't know if you saw have that conversation earlier. Being the voice on the outside doesn't really matter if he doesn't want to listen.
Well, try a different approach. Back whenever I was growing up, I had this really rough tumble halfway down the mountain. I was stuck there for 4 hours, 5 hours, just calling out to my mom. And I thought about it, and I picked myself up, limping and all, because instead of going the approach of endlessly yelling out to something that's not paying attention, I actively found a new way to get back home. And when Mom opened the door worried where I was, she came out, rushed to my aid, and carried me inside. Instead of endlessly yelling out to avoid trying desperately to cling into something, you might just need to approach with a motherly touch.
Motherly touch.
And not the motherly touch that you had down at the docks with me, alright? That was mean. Hugging on my ear like that.
You know, I never really had a mom. I wouldn't really know what that's like in the first place. I don't know if you realize this. I didn't really grow up with much of a family of sorts. I kind of did. I had people that were like family, but nothing. Nothing quite like that. I was raised by a boy who was only, say, like 5 years older than me. That was all I had. I'm not too great in terms of kids. Not that I think Icarus is a kid, but
I guess it's a dilemma of opposition. You grew up with found family, and I grew up sheltered with only knowing my mom. Who knows? I have faith.
It's funnily enough how we both ended up as travelers.
Yeah.
You know,
Fates.
I think is interesting about this.
Oh.
Chase is now experiencing found family for the first time. Just a little thought.
Was that in
That's very
game,
true.
That's just a coda thought.
That's just the code of thought.
That's just a thought. A coda
Coda
thought.
thought.
Thanks for watching.
Oh, that makes me so sad.
I know.
My dad, guys, my dad. That's my
Fucking
internet
dad.
dad.
He really is the internet dad.
He acknowledged it in the video too. He acknowledged he like raised a whole generation.
Oh yeah, you did.
God damn, I fucking love Matt Pat. That's so sad.
Josh is just still the.
I was gonna say Josh is still on the phone. He's like missing all of this exposition between like Demacia and fucking Chase right
the
now.
beautiful moments, and we're
Yeah,
still live.
We're like a
We're
real
just
nice like
improvising
conversation.
right now.
Hey, at least wait. Okay, yeah. Oh, thank God that conversation happened on air. I thought he turned it to intermission. I was gonna be like, oh, son of. Well,
I would
Damn
have
it,
cried.
we lost it.
I can keep it rolling if you want.
Yeah. Interject.
It's okay. We can banter some more.
Hold on.
You dang kids.
Icarus wants to chime in. Icarus has something to say.
Because I think Icarus heard all of this, and again, he really doesn't like. He tries to ignore it. And in Demacia's head, he doesn't look up from the fire. I meant what I said before about wanting to protect you all. That's never changed. I'm by myself right now, especially internally. I don't have anyone to rely on. All the decisions that have been made have technically been me. And that's something I'm facing right now too. what you had experienced was probably a lot. And I'm sorry you had to go through that. It's a lot to realize how fragile you actually are.
So is he saying this out loud, or is this just into Macy's head?
Just into Macy's
Yeah.
head. He's using his telepathy.
Wait, can he
Telepathy.
do that? Isn't that a thing that he can't do that here because the abyss is like too thick?
The
No,
range messed with it earlier.
Yeah, it was the range of the abyss.
Yeah, we could pretend if anything.
Since Josh isn't here to fucking determine it.
Exactly.
I just wanted to make sure.
This is what
Yeah,
happens
yeah. No,
when you
you're
leave
right.
the kids home alone without a babysitter, okay?
Exactly. We make up
We
our
make
own
up our own rules.
Make up our
Oh!
own rules.
That was horrifying!
We've gone rogue.
In response, she notices that he's just like kind of staring off into the fire, but she's gonna look at him and reply. She knows that he's not gonna look back at her, but she's gonna make the contact herself. I understand it might be more difficult to go from having a million things going on in your head at once and then almost nothing is left. And it's not that I doubt that you care, and that you want to do what is right to protect all of us. I'll never doubt you on that. But one, I do not appreciate the side comments and the attitude. I will say that. Two, the only reason I said what I did in the beginning was because that had been twice in a row where you had ran into battle on instinct without thinking and nearly endangered yourself and us. Yourself specifically. I want you to have more of a will to live for yourself. I know you care about us, but I do not think you care nearly as much about yourself as you should. You will throw caution to the wind, regardless of how it affects you. And thinking about how that would affect Soren, affect me, affect Chase, Zazie, any of us. Sometimes it feels like it's not as much of a concern for you how you end up. And I need you to care about yourself a little bit more than that. And I need you to feel like you can depend on us and not just run straight into battle screaming without backup, without us. We're a team.
At this point, Icarus does look up. And he looks you straight in the eye. And his gaze is blank as he does. And this is still in your head. Something I wish you would know. Something I wish you would do. Is to actually know more about me before you come up with these assumptions. I don't think you've understand how I was raised. I was trained to be a vessel, to be a host. My life didn't matter. I lived my life. Gad. That is all I knew. Until my village was burned down. After so much abuse. And so much isolation. I found and I understood that I know my flaw is my self-sacrifice. I've learned that recently, and I'm working on it, but it's not an instant change. As for running into battle, both times I did no such thing. Willingly. You could take this last time as an example, but I simply was trying to keep watch outside. I was not expecting the lights to go out. I tried to light up my lantern. I did. Next thing I knew, I saw Gad's hand.
Josh is finally back.
I know.
Josh, you missed so much.
I know.
much.
I know. Hush.
This is beautiful.
I know. I'm.
Next thing I knew, I saw Gad's hand on the floor. Though I did see him in an astral ocean before, so it didn't make sense. That's why I asked Rue to keep an eye, because I know with myself I couldn't do it alone. I couldn't ensure my safety by myself, which is why I asked for help. Not only that, but I did reach out to you all. I did not expect my magic not to work. I didn't know that you guys didn't hear what I said. By the time I got close enough, I tried to stay as far away as possible. That thing already had me in its grasp. I had no time to react. I had no time to fight. And when I did fight for myself. The reason why Rue came out was a misunderstanding between both of us. I had simply meant to ask him a question, but he took it as the okay to take over. I've already made him promise not to hurt any of you. And the fact that I tell him not to judge you all based off of your past and what you all have done up to this point. Yet you all do the same to him without even having spoken to him, having actually gotten to know him in the same way as me. I feel like you all don't really know who I am, where I come from, the reasons I do what I do. I genuinely do think about what I do. I've made a promise to Norm not to throw away my life. I would never break a promise, especially one as important as not throwing away my life. So being accused of not thinking, not being smart, I can't do anything else but what I have been. I've tried everything. I've tried acting, I've tried not acting, I've tried staying quiet, I've tried being loud. Yet every time, things just end up wrong. And things are my fault. So I try taking responsibility and trying to fix it, but then it gets worse. And worse and worse. I'll be honest, I don't understand how you all can live such a lonely existence as one soul. This is the loneliest feeling in the world. Not feeling someone there to guide you or to give you support. Just being by yourself in a dark, dark space. Every time I close my eyes, I expect them to be there. But everyone is gone. So I have been fighting myself. I have been fighting by myself. Especially this last battle was all me. I did not rely on anyone willingly. So I'm sorry if my comment before had upset you in any way. I was simply stating a matter that I know a great deal about. That I know not a lot of you have. That is all. And he looks back at the fire.
So before Demacia responds, what exactly did I miss in the 30 minutes that I
lot.
was
So
gone?
much.
Quite a bit, Joshua.
It started with Jackson being,
A
you
bit
know,
facetious, yeah.
it was
Tasting
just
the
like, you
goat
gotta
stuff.
stop being so mean to Icarus, man.
Essentially, there was more to the conversation that they had like a heart to heart.
Mm-hmm. But that's what set it to go Icarus's way.
Because you're still on the phone, I'm like, I can continue this.
No, yeah, no,
I got this.
you absolutely
Both
can.
of my characters
I
are
was-
knocked the
I
fuck
was-
out, so
I was genuinely
I was just like-
please, somebody do something, because like Annalisa, my employer, she called me
She
both
called you at
times
fucking
tonight.
9 p.m.
Twice today. She called me the first time, and then she called me this time.
Why?
Bro, nah, you're better than me. I would have ignored it, been like, sorry, I went to sleep early last night.
She knows I have D&D. She knows what I do. We bond over going to like murder dinners, for God's sakes. Of course she knows. But like, yeah, it was a very productive conversation. But regardless, back on the subject matter.
So was
at hand.
ours.
Yeah.
Demacia, you may continue.
That's what you missed.
Wait, hold on. The detour got me. I had
I'm so sorry.
like give me uno momento while I recollect my thoughts for a minute. Go over my fucking like mental PowerPoint notes that I got in my head right now.
I
There
could
you
debrief.
go.
I could cliff notes what he said, if you want.
Did you really? Wait, read them off for me. That'll be great.
Well, I can cliff notes it.
Yeah.
Basically, don't judge me before you actually. It feels like you don't know me. Explaining all the things that kind of she was saying that he has to be smarter about, and explaining the reasons why. Talking about existence and how like lonely everybody else must be being alone in their own soul. Kind of apologizing for his statement before, but more like explaining that it was more of a statement of how
Yeah, how he
she
saw it.
probably understands now what he's been experiencing this whole time. Yeah. Cliff notes, yay!
Okay.
Good notes.
So in response, I will say not once did I say that you were not smart. Not once. I have never doubted your intelligence. I know you are a very intelligent person. I think you're impulsive. I think you're incredibly impulsive. And you know, this is how I've lived my life, my entire life. I've been almost completely by myself for as long as I've known. Until meeting you. Really. So, I apologize if I've seemed like I've been harsh on you. Quite frankly, it's the only way that I know how to get through to people who wants to listen to someone who's... How are you going to grow if you're not being challenged? Quite honestly. I understand Soren is your lover. I understand why she's more gentle. But I am not gentle. I am anything but. I have never been a gentle person. And I'm sorry if that's hurt you. That is not the intent, but I am going to continue to challenge you to grow. I know you're experiencing something new. I understand that, and I'm sorry that you've lost so much. Having so much going on in your head, like I mentioned before, and then all of a sudden it's stopped, and it's not there. Has to be a really bizarre change. But I promise you, I am only saying this, and only starting this because I care about you as a person, Icarus. And I truly, genuinely just want what's best for you and everyone else around.
I don't know that. I know. I simply wish to put you all at ease. Because I know how I am. And I know I can't change the way I. I've had to make so many quick decisions. Such big, life-altering decisions in a matter of seconds. So my impulsiveness probably stems a little from that. I simply want you all to feel as safe as possible around me, and I know that is hard. And I don't expect you to. Which is why I'm trying to make it to where at least you can feel a little more at ease knowing that I'm doing my best to keep my head level, not make big decisions. I've already told Soren this, but especially after our conversation, I shall not act unless or less ordered. If that is what keeps you all at ease.
If I may, Ray kind of
Scared the shit out of me. Scared the
this is
shit
all-
out of me.
I don't know if you know. I don't know if you know this. This is an A and B conversation. Icarus is talking to Demacia through the.
I don't know if you're aware, Ray is a god.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, I guess
And
that's
he
fair,
will
but I just
do
wanted
as
to
he
make sure.
pleases.
Just wanted to check. Just wanted to double check.
No,
make
you're all
sure it was
good.
made aware because
Right,
you missed
yeah.
that.
I did miss that. But regardless, if it was any other person, I'd be like, oh, sorry. But no, it's Ray.
It is Ray.
Which
I just
Ray
wanted to
also
be
has
clear.
his hooks deep into Icarus as well, so
Yeah, I wanna
it
say.
all kind of just works out. If I may. There's a time where collaboration is necessary, whereas impulse is necessary. Instead of limiting your actions entirely, learn to curb your impulsivity. Learn when it is okay to be impulsive, and when needed, to take a step back and confer with your compatriots to make sure that you're making the right decision. Completely cutting off your hand does nobody any good when you need to act right in the moment. So use your hand, but be wary of the stone. That I think would be a better compromise.
Demacia is gonna nod in Ray's direction. That was gonna be my plan exactly. You are not our dog, Icarus. We don't get to command you. But we're a team. We guide each other. I just want you to feel okay enough to trust us to help guide you as well as you guide us.
I do. I honestly do.
I do not mean to cut this conversation short, because I think it was incredibly productive. But at this rate, we are going to be vulnerable to the abyss for a longer time period than I feel comfortable. We can continue this on the road after you guys have given it some more thought. perhaps.
Should get your rest. Both of you.
Oh my god, I don't need rest.
Demacia's
I
gonna be
would
like,
say
yeah,
otherwise.
honestly, you don't have to tell me twice. And then she's gonna.
Check out.
Like,
and she's
Yeah.
knocked the fuck
just
out.
like,
she's
Just full
done.
on snoring.
Yeah.
Honk,
One
schnoo,
second she's
honk,
staring
schnoo.
at Icarus, the next second.
No, she's like
Shoo.
drooling. The drool's already like slipped out her mouth. She's like, she's snoring the whole 9 yards.
There you go.
Yeah, Demacia is definitely the snore me kind of person.
Yes. Snorty me me.
She values her sleep.
Valid.
You know,
Um,
as she should.
But Icarus, you were also starting to feel tired.
Mm.
He looks at Ray and just like squints his eyes.
He kind of raises
What are
an
you trying to
eyebrow.
do?
Drugs.
I really
Giving-
don't think you want exhaustion down here.
Giving an insomniac some rest. Hardly a crime.
I don't need this.
So would you rather be bumbling on your feet with 2 hours of sleep, with the abyss lurking around every corner, deceiving you at every possible chance? Yeah, I don't think so.
Kind of
Sharp
just
mind comes for a sharp blade.
truth. Kind of just like glares in the fire as his eyes are starting to get heavy. He's doing this totally like he's falling on this asleep, but he's doing it not wanting to and unwillingly. But
He's
he knows
like-
he can't
he's
do
like
anything about it.
Letting
Just
you
like
know
just
that
seconds
he's
before
upset.
you fall completely asleep, it's like, I just gave you the nudge. You did that all by yourself, and you just fall asleep.
He just as he's falling asleep.
As you should, as you should.
As you should. Okay, the coast is clear. Yeah. No. But Ray begins patrolling, doing his round. Roll a d4 for me, Chase.
Who? Oh. Oh, right. We got a solid 4 on that, baby.
Sure. You get about 4 hours of restless rest before eventually you decide to fully awaken from your restless slumber, unable to really grapple entirely with what's occurring inside of you.
So, the big interaction with Ray.
Another big interaction with Ray. Let's go.
Yeah. Well, this one's a lot. I think this one's gonna be a lot softer.
I agree.
Did somebody yippee?
Yippee.
Yippee.
Yeah,
So I sit up. I look around for Ray.
you see Ray. He's kind of on top of the courtyard wall, the arch over the door, and you see him kind of just sitting there, looking. In addition to the aesthetics of the place, which is incredibly dark, and him being like a stark Arctic white, just standing out like a sore thumb. Just the way he holds himself, he looks very isolated, very alone in this space as he's kind of.
I like to think Ray
Hunched.
is like one of those 1990s Disney Foxes, like
Mhm.
Fox and the Hound.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Oh, I love Fox and Hound.
Sitting up,
Sorry.
and he's almost kind of like a little gargoyle, kind of sitting on top of the arch, just kind of attentive, but
Deep in thought.
yesn't. He knows he needs to remain vigilant, but he does, like, he has a weight. He bears the weight on his shoulders of a man hasn't reconciled fully the feelings that he's struggling with within himself, and has just kind of shoved them back out of necessity of the situation to kind of power through what's going on. He's You can see he's like, like slowly but surely kind of like taking bits and pieces of it forward and processing it before sending it back and grabbing some more. It's kind of just a very slow stewing process of processing.
I approach little Ray and I kind of go my little soft poke right above his shoulder. Like, boop. No, what happened?
He jumps. He didn't notice you approach. As you kind of poke him and startles the ever living shit out of him. For a brief moment, all of the markings on his body glow like a very bright, vibrant color.
He was ready to obliterate. I cast smite.
You see like 7 like separate arcane glyphs kind of appearing in a semi kind of like pentagonal pattern, like swirling about him as he turns to face you, like a couple of tails sprouting out behind his original one in kind of like a pseudo purple glow as he turns around to like face you. Like the amount of power that is being summoned here is incredibly palpable.
Oh god. Be like, calm down, buddy. It's just me. Don't wear yourself too thin.
Well, he kind of like, as he notices it's you, he kind of lets out a sigh of relief, and in doing so, almost kind of like magic kind of fizzles out, the tails kind of fade back into the shadow, the markings dim, and as the last of the light kind of leaves, he kind of like almost like stumbles like kind of drunkenly a little bit as he like catches himself, like looking utterly exhausted.
Aww.
As he just kind of like almost kind of like pseudo collapses on the top of the archway.
Are you okay, little buddy?
You scared the shit out of me.
To be fair, I really should have announced myself. I noticed you just deep in thought. I've actually noticed since the incident that you've been a little extra like hard on yourself or down.
He kind of bows his head a little bit and chooses not to respond. Good, the recorder's getting it down.
Hell yeah.
The reporter is getting it down.
Huh?
Well, we heard your like keyboard taps in the background, and so I was like, like how like in like a courtroom, there's a person with like a typewriter or a computer who's like taking down everything on.
I thought you were talking about me writing down notes. I was just drinking soda.
And just
You're like, oh god, was I supposed to?
Oh my god.
Was I supposed to be writing notes on this right now?
Yeah,
I was
you
like
can
having
if you
fun
want.
at D&D. I was like, yeah, and then proceeded to type like half a paragraph.
But yes, he kind of he chooses not to say anything as in a way kind of in a silent admission to the fact that you had spoken, as he raises no counterpoint, but he's also not wanting to verbally admit it.
Yeah. I lean up against the wall, like with my back kind of facing away from him, but not in like a closed off way. I just go, it feels like you know what happened. Which I wouldn't be surprised. And from me to you, Ray, as difficult as a choice that was,
it shouldn't have been yours to make.
Well, that's the funky little thing about fate, ain't it? And I never want you to think that I blame you.
I know.
We talked before she was gone. And although I know that no matter what, I'll never see her again, I understand the weight of everything, and that I don't want you to blame yourself.
I was the slightest bite to come back and be sarcastic. I was like, well, unfortunately, Karen, not everybody gets what they want. But if I'm being completely genuine in this moment, I wasn't strong enough. In past, I've seen to these creatures before, dismissed them with hardly a second's thought. And I guess I could have. Chase, I could have. Would it have cost me my physical form and my place amongst the rest of you? Would I no longer be able to aid and steer the events coming forward? Absolutely. But I wouldn't have been gone. I wouldn't have ceased to exist entirely. That, even for one such as myself, that was a prize. Valued way higher than the cost of the item it purchased. I do not want to devalue the choice that you made. I am just ashamed that such a choice had to be made when I could have done something.
You know, I always thought that too. But talking about the statues and learning more about what this world is, on the balance of, part of me wants to agree with you, right? But I'm pretty sure that whatever they were doing would have been more than what you and I could have understood. God or not, these things seem to have control over not just the physical realm, but the very concept of existence itself. Correct me if I'm wrong, but maybe you're just such a kind little fox, but I don't know if you're even able to completely wipe out the essence of a soul from existence itself.
I cannot destroy that which I create. Whenever a soul is birthed from me, it is sustained by its connection to me and my divine power, and when it separates itself from its mortal body, it returns to me, melding back into the fabric that I weave from. As is with death, as is with time, as is with matter and energy and matter.
Yeah. And if if those statues did more than just erase your physical self, imagine if all of that was gone. Then who knows? If even if what you're saying is every living thing, including me, Demacia and Icarus and everything like that, if you're gone,
then there's...
As far as the world's been concerned, I've been gone for well over 1,000 years. I died once. I can probably withstand dying again. Do I want that?
Ironically,
Of course not. I just am sick and tired of the finite feeding the infinite. The lives of all of those who live on Earth, on Kaltrana, being completely subsumed by those who have no time, who have no last port of call in sight. You had a goal in mind to bring your mother back, a worthy goal, to recapture a childhood lost. And you gave it up for a person you hardly even knew. For people you hardly even knew, all because I didn't do anything. Once again, the finite feeding the infinite. Now, what shocks me, what hurts most about your mother, she did not return to me. Her soul is truly gone. There is no way that even myself in my divine glory would be able to intervene and bring her back.
I know. And that was something that I knew then, something that she knew too.
Was it worth it?
Only time will tell, little lad. But now's not the time to get overwhelmed with darkness while we're already getting overwhelmed with darkness. As you saw when you and I and Icarus went to the jewelry shop, I picked up a scroll that was apparently gifted, or I don't know, it was given to me by, Icarus's scroll, just telling me that there was something behind the desk.
Ruin.
And I was wondering if you were interested at taking a peek with me.
Of course. Absolutely.
All right. I pull out the scroll, unravel it to look.
It is a magical scroll. You will need to cast Identify on it to read it further.
Aye, Captain. Let's see, Identify. Is this one of those eyebrow raising moments where I should identify higher? Or is it just gonna be...
It's up to you.
Fine, I'll do it at a level 2. It's like I did for Icarus's.
He says begrudgingly.
I suppose. I'll just take another nap. Oh. Interesting,
A little 4 hours
interesting.
sleepy sleep.
Oh, I need access to it.
It should give you it should just give you access, but
No, it told me that I have to request it and it emailed it to you.
hold on, I'm fixing it because it shouldn't be that way.
Please excuse us while we have technical difficulties.
No, it's fine. I'll manage access.
If it's
Here
not
we
stuck,
are.
it's not
Restricted change. Anyone with the link.
Yeah.
Eevee.
I'm copying the link and I'm sending it again.
Not inscription running in the background still. I gotta fix that.
There you are. It isn't quite exactly like this. Use this more as a template. There's a message on the scroll for you if you so desire to read.
Hold on.
Take your time.
Imagine that's a no. Just the silence.
It's interesting.
What did Rue give him? That's a good question.
It wasn't Rue. Oh, yeah, Rue, yeah. Sorry.
I was gonna say,
Rue, Rue
What
and
do
Ray.
you need?
Sorry, Rue and
I'm like,
Ray are
who the
so
fuck?
close that I was just like, oh,
Yeah.
it wasn't the fox.
I'm just like, who else could it be? Wait, what?
Is
there another one I don't know
I was just like, wait, nobody
Oh,
said
that
anything.
would be a fun way to
That
put
was,
it.
I was gonna be like, wait, nobody said anything. This is perfect.
My-
I love this.
my
I love this
bee.
narrative. I love this narrative.
That's
Yeah,
nerdy.
it wasn't Rue. Rue.
Who?
No.
Is there another one in there that I don't? Wouldn't be the first time.
Wouldn't be the first time. But yeah. What do you
Probably
think
won't
about
be the
that?
last.
What do you think about that you were handed?
I look over at Ray, and I'm guessing he read it too, right?
He did read it, and his eyes kind of widen.
We're just gonna huck this bad boy away for a bit.
There was a message on the note if you should wish to read.
I didn't see the message. Hold on, I might be.
No. I will read it aloud to you.
Oh. Hold on. So the message on the scroll isn't what you sent me, right?
No, that is what the spell scroll is. But
Right,
like, you know
but
how
not-
like similarly to how the previous one could have directed you to the scroll that you have now.
Yeah.
There's kind of another message written in that same sort of script.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, read it out.
What are you doing? Stop eating my cords. No, she got mad about it. I moved her and she goes, like, no, you can't eat my cords.
Crazy cat.
She was a trash cat.
She is a trash baby, so
Absolutely.
Really
I don't know
acts
what
like
else
it.
what you're really expecting of her. She's just a trash baby.
Not that. Preferably
Mm.
anything else. I don't care what else she eats as long as she doesn't hurt herself. But my
She
cords.
doesn't hurt herself.
What
But-
does the note say? I need to know.
No worries. The
I
note.
know.
The note. What it says. You and I both has something against these things and what they took from us. So I have for you a proposition. Help me see these things to their end. And I, as great and powerful as I am, with the knowledge, the hidden knowledge of the time before the god first set foot on this plane, will be able to grant you recompense for what they took from you. Think about it.
You're gonna tell me this sounds like a trustworthy person?
While the limits of the spell that I have provided you are a bit constraining, I've done a little bit of tweaking. For your information, this spell scroll can be used at any time, no matter how much time has passed. And it does not have to be yours that you give, but anyone else's that you dictate may take your place. And there goes our music. Give me a minute.
Pancake, little
God damn it,
bitch. No, don't
Pancake.
go.
Every goddamn time, Pancake. Get it the fuck together.
Technical difficulties,
He's
chat.
just doing his best. Oh god, I'm split in twain on your screen.
Yeah.
I'm
Oh,
fixing it.
look
Give
at
me a
us
minute.
go.
Like I
Wait,
said, if it ain't scuffed.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But if it does, keep it broke a
wait.
little longer.
Come
Wait.
on.
If
There you go.
Wait a minute.
Oh, is it fixed now?
Might be.
It is fixed now. Okay.
There we go. It is fixed.
if I look down right, I could see the top of me, and
was
I
gonna
don't know
say-
how I could like deal with
I could
that.
see like the top of me on one
Oh.
screen, and then I could see like the bottom of me, and so I was trying to like
Oh,
look over through it.
Josh, did you see your alt?
Did I see what? Yes, I
Did
saw.
you see on your alt?
I cannot comment, but yes, I saw it.
Okay, I just wanted to know.
So turning back to the topic at hand, do you understand what he is implying?
Yes.
Very good. While
I just
Icarus, as you know, possesses the scroll, I will not be able to communicate with you by any other means. However, as you probably are aware upon analyzing this scroll, casting this spell at any time will establish a telepathic link between you and I. We'll be able to communicate whenever you should wish.
I don't like this.
The cheater.
Cheater?
The cheater.
Eater.
No.
Sorry,
God
you may
damn.
be
Two-timer?
the norm, but you know everyone will always chase after me.
Jesus
Uh-huh.
Christ.
Uh-huh,
Got
uh-huh.
him. But anyways,
God.
Listen, I
Going
guess
back.
Soren's the exception, and I
Going-
don't know, man.
going back to the topic.
I don't know.
I mean, he's a changeling. Literally, he could just turn into Icarus at any point in time, and you wouldn't be any the wiser.
Truth.
Yeah, I forget he's also a changeling. I forget that we have that in common. I also
Me and
forgot
Chase
I'm not
have, like, a
rocking
little
the
bit in
elf form
common.
anymore. I forgot about that.
you
I just
didn't.
want to
You're
say, I feel like
gorgeous.
Chase has a little bit of in common with just about everyone except for Zazie. Me and Demacia and Chase are both like well-established travelers. Fucking Soren and him are
Changelings.
changelings. Him, fucking Icarus and him are fucking both himbos.
Yep.
And what would be a good one for Marin? I don't know.
That
She's
her.
also a seasoned traveler.
I guess
you
she's
could
also
like
a
comparison
seasoned
too.
traveler.
Except she's a traveler of the good
The
old ocean
sea.
blue.
Lay down, baby.
Gotta love a
Well-
lesbian pirate, am I right?
Gotta love a lesbian street rat.
Absolutely. So,
Lesbian pirate and the
What do
lesbian
you say? What do you
street
say? What do you say?
continuing forward. I know you have no reason to trust me. I am, of course, a devil, a man of deals. My only prize is, from now until the end of your day, you will seek to have these imposers of fates rewritten to an erosive and destructive grave, so that none may have the power to take what they have ever again. That is my only prize. And it does not have to be paid before you get the benefit. But one way or another, I always get my due. Ruin, first primordial of the Nine Hells.
That I just like look up at Ray, be like,
I
okay. I'm just kind of like close it up. So
What was it? I couldn't read it.
it's a risky way for me to get her back. And I don't know how fully I trust it right now.
Who gave it to you?
Oh, the one that's been causing a lot of issues in the party. Good old first primordial Rue.
First primordial. Oh, it's alright.
I like him less now.
I like him more.
I didn't even think it was possible to dislike this fucking thing. This fucking being.
Yeah.
Any less, but lo and behold.
Lo and behold, indeed.
No! God damn it.
So, from what it looks like it reads, Ray, is that basically, although he was a little beat around the bushy, I think he wants me to cease the statues from ever interfering with people again. Which, I mean, is a thing of itself a little terrifying.
He wouldn't have offered you the deal if he didn't think that you were capable of it.
Well, I guess that's just...
I'm not going to lie, I'm biased. I would too like to see these statues gone. Now that he is offering patronage, I'm not so sure.
Now, did the note say that I had to talk to him by the next day, or was that something I misheard?
No, he's like, whenever you cast Scroll, it'll establish a telepathic link between the two of you, and you guys would be able to communicate. However, he will not be able to communicate with you by any normal means, while Icarus has the scroll, because the scroll prevents any Root from taking any direct control over Icarus.
He might just be a talking coin in my pocket.
He's a sentient piece of paper.
Yeah.
No! I gotta burn that paper now! I gotta get rid of it! I still have that paper, by the way, Josh. I showed it to Demacia earlier while you were on the phone.
What did you try to have it do?
Oh, I just said, the statues are
hard.
bad, but nothing's worse than sentient books. That's why I keep this little dude around, just in case he gets a little too quirky.
Okay, I think I've realized why you haven't redrawn Soren.
Why?
I'm sitting here and I'm trying to look at the fucking like body art and I'm like, fuck.
It's so hard.
Well, I think you wouldn't necessarily have to redraw her with all of that on, because she'll be in her changeling form now, right?
Yeah, I was just doing a little doodle of her though, and I was like, I think I'm just gonna
It's
leave
rough.
this out.
Yeah.
Thank you for that dedication, Kay.
You're welcome.
So,
Okay.
jumping back in. You see him kind of like debate hesitantly inside of himself, but he keeps a lot of his comments to himself as you slip the paper back into your pocket. What's your plus to your insight?
12.
22.
Are you telling me I rolled a 10, or you rolled a 10?
No, it's passive. Your passive insight's 22.
Oh, my passive insight.
It's 10 plus your insight modifier.
Oh, okay.
Your passive skill is just 10 plus your base skill modifier. So sometimes you can just be like, oh yeah, like I just know this. But yeah,
The vibes
yeah.
have told me.
But yeah, no, this is unfortunately, even with your high passive, a bit beyond your purview.
I kind of look away for just a second, staring off for a beat or two, just kind of processing everything. And then I look back up at Ray, and I think he's still on a stone wall. So I hold out my hands to him for him to step down onto it.
He does so.
He what?
He does so.
Oh, okay. And
I thought he said
then
he doesn't.
I heard that too. I was like, oh well, fuck you, then, Fox.
Oh, he probably said he does it.
Yeah. And then I turn back to the wall and I slide down, sitting up against the wall, and I go, Ray, of all the promises and all the promises, the links, the attachments from a god to a mortal, even fuck if I even know if I am a mortal anymore. Can we make one more promise in this godforsaken city?
I will do my best as the god of life, creation, and as the one who shattered himself, saved the world in a different age. Yes.
I thought you said shattered himself, and I was like, oh, good for him.
Continue. Before I pull a Coda Lion King moment on you.
Yeah, I got it. Why doesn't he get one?
I
have 5.
Yeah.
I kind of rest him on my knees. I go, promise me one little thing, Fox. To not beat yourself up, and also to not talk about what has happened today with the statues. I don't
hell, if I could have hid it from you, I would have. But I don't want people to blame themselves or try to take accountability for what I had to do in order to at least try to ensure the future of everything. I can worry about the statues, stuff like that, when the time is proper, whether it's after we, complete our mission or if it's just on the way. But I need you to promise to be there for us. To not try to expel yourself as a way of mere sacrifice unless absolutely you have to. Which, if that's the case, let's burn through all our options first. I don't really know what's going on. And ever since I found out that my dad is a god, I don't even know what, at the very least, I'm a demigod. But even though you're more bound to Zazie and the others, I still need you to be around. And to not try to hold yourself so accountable to where you're willing to risk anything to leave us, if that makes sense.
I don't want to leave you. I don't want to go back. It's lonely over there, being the only sentient thought between the world that is, the world that wants to be, fighting desperately to maintain some semblance of balance. I would not leave if I had no other choice. So I will promise you that I will not, as you put it, expel myself. Unless absolutely necessary. And as for the part about blaming myself, I unfortunately cannot pull your excuse and claim that I'm only human.
Well, I don't think I can pull that excuse anyways. Seeing how everything has been. After this, I need to do a lot of searching.
Indeed. And hopefully I will be there to guide you through your search. But I can't promise you that I won't wish I did something, or that I won't beat myself up for my inaction. I would be lying to you if I tried to uphold that promise. What I can promise is to improve, to reconcile, and eventually, if the fates allow, let go. But that day will not be today.
Well, then it's a start. One more thing before, you go to bed. Since we're in the city of, gods, where everything started, I never really had the chance to ask you this, but do you think there's any way that we could, find items or a source of power or anything like that to help you or anybody else that needs it.
Absolutely. He kind of like, his breath kind of hitches and he kind of lowers his head a bit. How Val would have wished to have seen this place, even in its current state. He left some things here that I made for him. Including but not limited to a flying ship, so there's always that.
Yo, way out, I suppose, if we ever find it.
Absolutely. But
Also, while he's explaining this, I'm like standing up and taking him over to where I was sleeping.
he could have briefly takes a pause and says, one singular mark kind of glows over his, kind of where the bridge of his, like where his eyes meet the bridge of his nose. And he mutters something underneath his breath. A magenta glassy like dome of energy surrounds the courtyard. Kind of letting out a
No, little buddy. I'm not going to sleep. I rest him on my bag. I take up my horn.
No.
No, it's okay. I'm just gonna go sit by the wall and pluck on my horn.
I was like, not again.
I
I'll be like, it's my turn to watch, little buddy. You need to recover. Keep your promise.
kind of he kind of nods. Kind of a gentle twinkle of a slightly magenta tinted tear just trickling down his cheek. As you wish. Good night, Jinx.
One little last pet. Just a
He kind of stands up, kind of fluffing himself up a bit before kind of twirling around himself once, twice, 3 times, and a 4th before he eventually settles and curls up. I need you to make a perception check for me if you wouldn't mind,
Oh, wow.
as you're keeping watch.
Hold on. Perception. I don't know where that is. I rolled a 19, so
19.
I did both. Oh, here it is. Plus 6, 25.
25. Nothing disturbs your watch. The dome, the aura that seems to emanate from the shield that Ray has put over all of you has completely expunged any microscopic essence of the abyssal mists that floated through this area, giving you all quite restful sleep. You all gain 1 point of inspiration.
Ooh.
Courtesy of a god.
Slay.
Thank you, Ray.
Thank you, Ray.
And you have you all get to choose to be resistant to 1 damage type of your choice for the next 24 hours.
Oh, where the fuck should I put
And third and final thing before I jump into a dream that one of you is going to have. Icarus, please be me.
Kind of hoping it's me. I don't think I've had a dream sequence.
You have not had one in a while, at least.
I don't want it to be me. I don't want more statue nightmares. Okay, I've had enough.
But you're all going to level up to level 11.
Wait. Okay, point of inspiration. Gotta add this to my notes. Okay. What kind of... Okay, I have a question.
Yes.
What does the abyss typically attack with? What kind of damage?
I was gonna ask the same question.
If you had been paying attention...
I didn't get hit.
I'm not telling you.
Necrotic?
That's what I picked.
I feel like necrotic would make sense, right? Hold on, let me look at all of them. I don't know what all the damage types
I can tell
are.
you all the damage types. There's bludgeoning, piercing, slashing, fire, ice, poison, acid, lightning, thunder, psychic, radiant, necrotic.
Question.
Wait, wasn't it acid?
Not that I was aware of.
Didn't Gad spit out acid? Wasn't that like a thing?
No, that was his
Am I
blood.
wrong? That was his blood? Okay.
Yeah.
Pretty sure necrotic is a safe bet.
When it comes to psychic, does that also pertain to insanity?
It does also pertain to insanity.
I'm gonna choose psychic.
Ooh, I want psychic! I want psychic! I want psychic! Fuck
So
yeah,
what
I can't risk it, man. I'll take necrotic any day. I
What
can at
is
least be a little bit of a buff.
What does it mean to be resistant of? Just like
You take half damage.
okay, because like part of me is like, man, Chase would set himself on fire and be resistant to fire. You're like, yeah, you guys want light, bitch?
If I'm double resistant to fire, does that mean I take no damage?
No, it means
You
you're
take
quarter
half.
resistant, which means that you take 25% damage.
If I'm triple resistant, that means
Yes,
I think it goes
you're
based off
immune.
of
Yeah.
percentage, right?
huh?
I thought it. Nothing.
It
Never
is
mind.
technically based off percentage, yes. However, it is a rule that I have made in a previous campaign. 3 resistances give you an immunity.
Ooh, that's my goal for psychic. That is my goal.
So
Good luck with that one.
now, unfortunately, it is going to be
Oh.
between Icarus and Chase
Oh,
Please,
and
Wait,
Demacia.
please.
The dream.
When do
I want it.
moment?
I want it. Please, let it be
listen,
me.
the
It's
Soren
gonna be
moment.
another fucking statue again, huh? What the fuck?
No,
God.
hold on.
I want it so
Actually,
bad.
The Soren moments will come far and few, but they create even more impactful
Bro,
moments.
I'm not gonna lie.
Please.
I thought it was gonna be me because I have I have to kill my sister in a minute.
yeah, that I think that this has nothing to do with your sister. I'm fairly certain.
Oh. Please
Wow.
let it be me.
I'm trying to
It makes
think
sense
towards the
of
3
everything.
prophetic individuals in the party. Because
My whole backstory has to do with a prophecy, doesn't it?
yes,
Think all-
not this, not this.
Yes, it-
Well, oh, Mac knows things. Mac knows things. Okay.
I need all 3 of you.
Well,
You'll be able to hear it, regardless, but
Aw.
it'll be who the dream is delivered to.
I want it.
I
well,
need
I was
you
gonna
all.
say Chase is awake, is it?
Chase is awake, but he will get this vision regardless of whether or not he's asleep or awake.
Cool.
If so, I need everybody to roll for me.
Roll what?
Oh.
Percentile.
Is this one?
Ooh, I rolled low.
35.
35.
How did you guys have your dice out that quickly? Damn, I got.
I have a-
I have mine in a goblet.
I have mine on a
mine in
dice.
website.
I have mine in my little baggie that I gotta dig through.
I got a little goblet. Full
I
of
pull
dice.
mine out at the start of session.
Well, I don't do
Yeah,
that
be
because I get.
prepared, Mac.
Well, no, I don't do that because I don't want to lose them. They're my nice dice.
If it makes you feel any better, my die is I type D20 into Google search.
I got 69. I got.
Nice.
Nice.
I swear to God, I'll take a picture of it right
Man,
now.
you gotta give it to her for that alone, right? I mean,
I know, right?
I'm
It's
tempted.
the good number.
I got a 98.
Give me an extra point of inspiration.
Oh my god, almost 100.
So here's the thing.
Oh.
Macia, if you want it, I will give it to you. If you do not want it, I will give it to Icarus.
Nah, Icarus don't want to give it to Chase.
What are you talking about? I never heard those words. Come on.
Okay, you know what? No, I want to know. I want to know what it is. I'm taking it.
Well, I think all three of us are going to be
Sorry,
in it.
Icarus!
Everybody is going to hear, but only you are going to be able to. Actually, I don't know. Do I want to be facetious? Is my thing.
We could roll heads or tails this bitch.
I will say, give me a compelling argument for why everybody should be able to listen into this. And I might.
because I've done nothing this session and I at least deserve to hear it.
Because I wanted to dream really badly and I didn't even. So.
Because Chase is one wonderful dude who is
This is
plucking
the
his
least I can
horn.
get.
I've done nothing this whole time.
That Demacia
You
always
haven't
gets the
done
good dreams.
nothing.
I felt for Demacia's pulse, almost got punched in the face, and I don't think I've done anything since. Oh, I had a little talk with Icarus.
Good job,
Yeah.
Icarus.
To be fair, you literally this
It's
whole
been my characters have been knocked out this whole time.
to be fair, in the entire span of this 4 hours that we've been live, all it's been is trying to get a long rest done.
Yeah. I was gonna say
Honestly.
it.
Listen, you said
depends.
tell you why we should be able to listen in.
I
I'm
know.
telling you why I should be able to listen in, okay?
No, absolutely.
I'm telling you, and it's a valid reason.
Soren and Icarus, they
I-
boning, so they got that psychic link going, you know?
Yeah, for real.
So,
Mason and Chase had like a nice little like bonding moment. I feel like he should be able to listen in.
how about this? I will have everybody deafen for the initial reading of it. And then I will, once we end session, I will listen back over the VOD with you. And you guys
No.
will all be able to hear it secondhand.
I'm
I
tired
can
of
just do that on
deafening.
my own time, man.
I'm tired
or-
of deafening.
Or the main thing is I don't want everybody's reactions to be spoiled.
I can straight face it, watch.
Yeah, me too.
Ray comes up, his tail like tickles underneath your nose.
That too.
Alright, but jumping into it, fine. You've convinced me. Not really, I'm just being lenient. So,
I'll take lenient.
Demacia. And Chase, you notice. Demacia, her fur begins to glow a soft gold. Demacia, you find yourself walking through the gate to Castle Osmondira. The town is packed, almost overflowing with people. angry, confused people. Afraid people. And looking around, you see well over triple the original population of Osmondira present within the city. A majority of which are refugees from Arborea. You don't know how, you know, but Arborea has fallen. You see, for once, the citizens of the Dominion working in harmony together, but against something. The castle has been cordoned off. These people, these Canians in these tall, imposing Canian figures wearing this black armor made out of a resonant purple-black steel. Stand guard at this cordon, prohibiting all that would seek to try for the castle. Your consciousness kind of passes the guards, and you even hear a couple of people kind of shout out, "What have you done with them, you bastards? Where have you taken them? What have you done with our king?" The questions fall on deaf ears. You feel your consciousness pulled into the castle. Marching through are several, almost hundreds of these similar guards and noblemen, judging by their dress, all appearing to be from southern Cania. Marching through, having conference and meetings, and discussing with each other a game plan. Of what they should do next. Essen is nowhere to be found. Neither are any other nobles who've served under her. No Arborean nobles are present. Reese or Marcus are certainly not present. And atop the throne, Arhein's ruined throne, sits a tall, shadowed figure, Canian in nature. One the likes of which you've only seen in the retellings of Zazi's death moments before he died. He arises. The hall falls silent. The time before us has come. Life, as the world understands it to be, ends this day. We have restricted Canian supply. Finish the north. I will work on clearing Osmandira from here. And then we move west. Move west. With the order and chaos and disarray, searching for those who have dishonored their fallen god. They will be powerless to stop the march. Miranus will fall, and Zermok soon with it. The door burst open. Kind of earning some kind of timid gasps and whispers from the crowd of nobles that surround this figure. A snarl plainly sits on his face. Well, what is the meaning of this interruption? My lord. The targets are being uncooperative. I hire you to do one simple task. And even you, the finest of the realm, incapable of doing so. Your Grace. Something else empowers them. My techniques are of no match. I will deal with him personally. Both of them. The rest you can see to, however you see fit. You heard them. The final people who have any desire to stand against our empire. Lay dying but refuse to take their final breath. It's time. As he rises. Well, he's already risen, but he takes a step forward. To teach these mutts a lesson when they don't just lay down and die. He marches through the now open door, shoulder checking the individual, the messenger, as he strides past. You could have delved inside the castle walls and follow him deeper. 1 flight, 2 flights, 16 flights of stairs into the earth. Passing dungeon cell block after cell block of the extensive dungeon. Before eventually it peters out into just rock. Finally, at the very bottom of the 16th flight of stairs. A smaller, more decrepit set of cells. Upon following him into this space, you find handcuffs kind of holding him against the wall. Arms kind of above his head, torso filleted almost like a fish that had the bone removed, but prepped for cooking. You have never in your life, you might have guessed upon looking upon his scars when you first saw it. But Reese stands at that moment before you, having endured well over 60 lashes. Bits of leather and glass, broken bone, and other debris litter his skin and his wounds. You almost see more of his insides than you do his outsides. Blood turning his kind of his whitish gray fur and almost dark crimson red. He breathes breathlessly in ragged gasps as he simply lets himself hang from the wall, hardly finding the strength to keep himself up. Around his neck is a symbol that you don't quite recognize. A symbol of a 9-pointed star with a single hook, almost like a shepherd's crook, strung through it. Though somehow you know this to be the symbol of Merrithew, god of death. He kind of tenses and kind of lets out a loud, almost feral snarl as the creature approaches. Suddenly finding the stubborn strength to kind of stumble and kind of bring himself to a standing position, defiantly meeting this creature's gaze. You most certainly should be dead. Color me impressed. Unfortunately, this does little to convince me to keep you alive. Between the two of you, I've already found what I wanted. I've shattered the Dominion. I've destroyed your place at the table. The abyss will run rampant. It is my only regret that you will not be able to witness it yourself. He kind of looks over his shoulder at the torturer who he had spoke with earlier. Is never mind. Bring him forth. It's time to finally put the, how do they say it? Nail in the coffin. The torturer nods and hastily runs off. He strides towards Reese. This confident, slow, annoyingly patient stride. The edges of Reese's eyes grow wild in a sort of feral desperation to flee, to escape, to fight back. A thick layer of ice begins to coat the manacles and chains. His fur turning from kind of like a dark, kind of like crimson red to almost kind of like a light pinkish red, as his fur beneath turns from a gray to a white. Blue light beginning to stream from his eye. And almost as patiently as a father might berate his child, the creature calmly lifts his hand and, in one quick, smooth motion, grabs Reese by the neck and hoists him into the air. The action almost kind of like seeming to choke the magic from Reese, the ice shattering and falling in clumps to the floor. Reese's body seeming to almost like shrink slightly, appearing much weaker, much more drained. The light, that fire, that determination that was behind his eyes, almost fading back to just a distant ember. By the time I'm done with you, you'll wish. You'll beg. To take his place. But if there's one thing that I hope to teach you in your time underneath this castle is one thing. The gods will not even hear you scream. The gods will not care if you renounce them on your deathbed, cursing their name. No matter to which gods you pledge, they will not send anyone to save you. Not even your own sister. And yet, with all of that, where one might wish to give in, I think you'll find staying alive to be too much for for someone other than yourself to bear. As the last of his words trickle out, there's the sound of kind of like a struggle going on in the hallway that led to this chamber. Cursing in Canis. And this brawl breaking out. A voice that you very clearly, not necessarily a voice, as no words are directly being spoken, but it is unmistakably Marcus's. Unmistakably. Oh, good. He's arrived. The creature releases Reese, and Reese kind of like slams back against the wall. The kind of almost letting out kind of like a high pitched kind of like yelping noise as the force of which he is thrown almost kind of like pulls one of his shoulders out of its socket. Unbind him. Both of them. And the guards do so, taking Reese down from the wall and kind of still keeping him in manacles, but not necessarily letting him chained to the wall. Marcus looks noticeably less disheveled than Reese. Noticeably less. Sporting bruises, the odd broken limb, but where the two of them differ is the exhaustion that wears behind Marcus's face and features. Like he hasn't had good sleep in several days. His skin looks a bit more taut. His eyes sunken and shallow. His cheeks almost hollow. He kind of gestures with his hand, and both of the guards kind of force them down to kind of like sit on the ground, maybe about 5 feet across from each other. And the creature turning to Marcus. You were just getting to the good part. I'm glad for you to join. You see, both of you hold a very special place in the eyes of the gods that you serve. Some of you being so privileged as to be related to some. But as it was written, established in the boundary lines that laid this place way before any gods set foot on this place, before we were ousted from our plane, what came this understanding. From one thing the world was formed, and in the end to it shall it return. The inevitable end. No matter how hard you fight, no matter how long you hold out, in the end, the abyss will always win. Now I admire your bravery, your desperate desires to save your own skins. And in doing so, being a major thorn in our side. It's almost admirable. He kind of reaches up, kind of around Reese's neck, kind of grabbing at the amulet, the Merethu that he wears around his neck. Kind of digging his claws into Reese's back and making him grimace. Marcus immediately kind of tenses and pulls forward, trying to break free of the binds that he finds himself restrained in, and the creature just laughed. One day, young prince, you will thank me for what I show to you this day. And he takes the sharp end of one of the points of the star, the point where the end of the crook kind of juts out furthest. He takes it and he slams it right into the left side of Reese's chest cavity, just far enough to puncture into the heart. Just far. Reese could have immediately, his eyes could have go wide, and he could have, like, grunts. Could have, like, his grunt at the tail end quickly turning into this, like, a slight gargling noise. As a slight bit of blood trickles past his mouth, past his lips, down his chin, soaking into what little bit of grayish fur he has remaining. He kind of lets out this deep rumbling growl, and kind of almost like kind of straightens his posture a bit, kind of tensing and calling upon what little power he has to sit and bear it. The creature kind of just shoves Reese to the ground and backs away, waving his guards off, both of them, and giving them a silent signal to exit. Immediately, Marcus kind of rushes over to him and tries to, like almost in a panic, kind of searching for a way to do something. Anything. And all the while, the creature kind of just lets out this soft, creeping smile. When people need them most, the gods never come. They will even let their own symbols take the lives of their most trusted, devout followers, and will watch them buckle under the weight of their own mortality to further their own agendas. Reese kind of begins to, like not even bothering to really push himself up, kind of just, like, coughs slightly. A bit more blood kind of, like, shooting from past his lips, and, like, grimacing as blood flows freely from around the amulet that is embedded in his chest. The light behind his eyes, almost imperceptibly, but you can tell, you can almost watch like a meter of how much fight he has left slowly begin to drain. With every second that passes. Helpless cries and choked out screams of frustration kind of echo in the chamber as the creature leaves. They always learn one way or another. And with that, the dream ends. And that is where we're going to end tonight's session.
Oh no!
What?
Fuck!
Hello? What the fuck? Hello?
We can talk about it a bit more after, but
What
that is
the
where we
fuck?
are ending for
Okay.
tonight. Thank you all so
What
much for
the
tuning in,
fuck?
and we will
What
see
the
you
fuck?
next week. Tuesday? Haven't quite decided when, but be tuned Tuesday. And if you have any questions that you want to have answered behind the curtain, type exclamation point question in the chat below, and we'll get to answering your questions. Take care, everyone. Good night, and we'll see you all next week.